All right. What is up? We're back. Why are they all leaving? Okay, we just told them to redo some copper. It looks like we had a massive maintenance crisis. We had a massive maintenance crisis yesterday. One quick second. That's a start, eh? My cat got her fishing rod stuck on the stairs. Fly fishing, excellent. Best trip ever, too. Glad you enjoyed it. We're, I'm being stalked by a little drama queen here. Cat's favorite toy is this little fish. Any stuffed fish, as long as it's attached to a fishing rod, actually, funnily enough. And she likes to bring it everywhere with her, but she carries the fish in her mouth and drags the rod behind her. And our stairs have like a landing at the bottom with a 90-degree turn. And you can sit like... So I just helped her get it unstuck to get around the corner, and now she wants to bring it back upstairs. And it's stuck again. It was super cute the first time when she was a kitten years ago. She dragged it down the hall, scraping along the floors. It's still cute. It's still cute. It's just loud. I almost lost yesterday. Actually, look, we're losing now. We're out of fuel again. So this is all boosted. We're out of boost. Let's see. There's no point in boosting it if we're out of oil. The first time you brought your rod home, your cat just went straight for it. They love it. They're little fake ones. They do love it. Both of what's happening here is wrong. So yeah, I did start actually designing the nuclear plant yesterday. And if you haven't seen it in a few days, we've actually got the base laid out insanely nicely. I think we're going to put the rocket launch up on the dirt pile now, right? So it won't be for nothing. So this is going to be our rocket launch pad. And then I've gotten the trains all laid out. This one's going to come right through here. Meet up right there. It's almost dug out. And yeah, we got our buried pipes going. So there are no vehicles in Factorio. Like there are the tanks and shit, but they're not like AI pathing. You don't have to leave paths for them. You don't in this either. You could run all belts. Right? Like that's how most of my factories end up or ended up before. This one I'm trying to use the trains. I think the game would be massively easier still without trains. I don't know. Maybe not on this island because you just end up running super long belts. But I need to make nuclear fuel, and our steel production blows. I have a couple options. I'm moving this road over. Like, I'm pretty sure that's just happening. Should just go here. Right, and then we have this much more room for this factory, because this doesn't go anywhere. This doesn't need to be... Oh. They need to reach that, but that's fine. I can leave that. Yeah, because I want to expand this a bit. But I think this whole area leaves. Or half of it. One or the other has to go. This isn't holding up for society anymore. We've upgraded it and it's still struggling. So I need to flatten somewhere. I could just flatten here and do it here. That's a big mountain though. I think you can lose easier in this game. Like you can set up a pretty permanent defense in Factorio, you know? Whereas this, I guess it both just relies on your patches running out. They're both the same in that regard, maybe. High supply of sour water. Could just need more, actually. 36, 36? What do you make? 18. I have 4 of these now. So, probably safe to assume. Is there any sour water coming in from somewhere else? It's probably safe to assume there's one other sour water somewhere. I was saying that with Factorio the other day, like regulating my ammonia, which is kind of what I'm working on now. In Factorio, I could just run a wire. You know what I mean? That was like, turn on when this is 80% full. I'm actually looking forward to playing Factorio again after playing this. Whereas this, I'm doing it with like prio switches on pipe pressures. It's definitely not as easy that way. But I'm really bad at the wires in Factorio too. Like I know you can take it so much further than I ever even like come close to. These are both working fine. I think I just need another one. Of course I do. Shit. Which means we're eventually going to need 2. Now, I'm processing all of the other pollution right here. Like right here is my pollution processing. Maybe I pull these out of here. No, because I'll never be able to fit anything else there anyways. It only has the one input and steam, but there's like a steam pipe. There's just steam everywhere. The white with orange is steam. And it just goes everywhere. That bridge doesn't actually matter. They do need to go here for now. That's kind of why it's here. So we lost a lot of people yesterday. How come we're not negative people? We were negative people when I ended, I'm pretty sure. Maybe not. Oh no, we're just... Yeah, we still have 400 empty houses. I had the people build up to build the nuclear factory. These take like 100 people each. They all died. That's right. We're not negative people, but... So what, this outputs sulfur though. That has to go there. There's not even a... If you have 2 spaces, you can put a lift. Oh, that's so ugly. Actually, I can put a lift here. It can't go right here because it's got to get burnt off. Sulfur and liquids. As you can see, I've stopped caring about the path liquids have to take. They just kind of go. None of that has any outputs. Should do it. Forgive me. Wish I could rotate the top of it, but you can't. This game's pretty forgiving with everything, though. So it does need pillars. Like, look at it try. Oh, found it. This is closer. Okay. I think this might be physically too high. But if I can get a pillar close to it. That's a pillar right there. I think I can move that down one. It's ridiculous. Oh no, I had that. Okay, so that'll go in there. There's no prio ins because it doesn't matter. There's a prio out which goes to here, which is what we use, and then the extra we're burning off. So I'm actually still turning it into pollution, but eventually we'll use it. You know what I mean? Eventually. It's just set up for future. Same with like the reason this is flaring into the air is because I'm not using plastic, but it's all set up. This factory is kind of in a midpoint where it's running short on iron while I'm trying to fire up nuclear, and it's like completely backwards. Now, that's not what I just built. Perfect. Good, because I was confused. That's that. We need steam and sour water. Already out. Push R, and then it doesn't want to lock to things. Hello, Hailstorm. Howdy. Say I didn't think that worked. I clicked in the same place twice, but it made the symbol twice. I'm fixing the sour water. We're having a we had a societal collapse yesterday. If we take a look at the maintenance, actually go back, actually it doesn't look bad when you look at it like that. Anyways, it was really bad. It really doesn't look bad. I mean, okay, you can kind of see it there. Yeah, we had a collapse. Not as bad as that one. So it's because I was paying attention to designing a pretty nuclear factory instead of actually building. It collapsed because I got sick of waiting for research. So we upgraded this and then built 2 of them instead of 1. And then I built 4 research factories, actually 5, because there's 1 in there. So 5 instead of 1, so I quintupled the research. And then the building parts were coming out really slow, and I didn't put 2 and 2 together. So I added 2 red build parts. I had everything else set up. I was able to fit some other researches and build parts janked in here. I managed to get it so I could also run free red build parts, but the build parts still didn't speed up. And it's because I was just out of metal the whole time. So basically these chug steel and yellow parts chug metal and white parts chug metal, and science chugs metal, and red science chugs steel. And then I started building a nuclear plant, and to do that I decided we wanted the biggest port, which was, these were 120 red parts each, and this was like 500 red parts, and then I placed down my 2400 red part bin at once. And then I pasted down a solar field, which has actually been a good call, but it uses purple parts, and I was like, I still have purple parts, but purple parts eat red parts to make. And basically I used all of the steel and it couldn't keep up, so I've managed to upgrade a bit of it. These are upgraded and these are upgraded. I'd need to fit more casters in. It's kind of a hodgepodge. Like this makes 48 molten iron, and it goes into 2 caster 2s that can each take 24. And like this one only makes 24, so it's like, sweet, I should upgrade it, but it goes into 1 upgraded one, and there isn't room for another one. So I need to move this. But so here's the conundrum I've been in for like the last 16 hours of game time. Is we're already onto the arc furnace level, which is like just better, but these don't use power, so we go from not using power to using 4 or 6 megawatts per furnace. Yeah, and like 6 megawatts per furnace, we're only currently consuming total 35-40 megawatts. So I actually can't do it, and most of that is glass because I got impatient and actually turned on these arc furnaces, which have an efficient recipe for glass. So I need to build the nuclear. But see, to make the nuclear fuel, we need steel and red parts. And you see what's happening here. I've gotten into a circle. So I do need a new platform to build a steel plant. I don't know what we do with titanium yet. That's titanium. Nuclear. I have it all set up actually, so that's the uranium. Gets crushed, goes into the settling tanks, which are here, which make yellow cake and this ugly water, which I'm pouring over the side, but it's set up to be processed. That water that comes out is going to run the generators. I got this all planned out. It goes into that and this, which makes hydrogen fluoride. And then those two things go to this bridge and combine in this building here, and that makes enriched uranium. That goes into here, which makes uranium rods, which goes into here, which makes tons of steam, which goes into generators, which are going to be here. Nuclear? I don't know if I've heard it pronounced nuclear. But for right now, I'm letting society heal for like 1 second. And I mined a lot of rocks, and it broke a lot of stuff. That's all rocks. That's bad. As I say it out loud. No, we're still low on coal, actually. We need to keep getting the good stuff. So they're currently getting in this way. Maybe we just get a new path. do that. Even this is running low. I saw a tumbling satellite drop an asteroid the other, or saw the aftermath of it. You get so many resources. It's so cool. It's way better than I thought it was going to be. Now, I don't know how many you can drop, but it was super cool. Freaking massive. Yeah, this barely uses anything here. I find it's hard to see the planning mode on this exact surface I've chosen to build my entire base on. Where are we going to put the metal? I have here. I wasn't planning on covering these pipes for a while. I've already opened another iron mine now. I'm worried this one won't empty for a long time. And I might mess up those pipes, but you can always fix that. This is kind of looking like a good platform, but it's already like multi-height, which is a pain. I could level it. This is the second iron mine I had to open. We ran out of iron too, so. It's not that it's like this is a different height than this is a different height than this. That's a terrible spot to build like a factory. Or I could just cut down one of these mountains. Just go that way. So we already have the infrastructure to drop iron here. But this took hours. Be quicker to just keep doing this even. Yeah, there's not going to be a train here for a minute. Although I'm going to have to cover that sooner rather than later. This is a good spot. This could be flattened pretty easily. There's nothing here. It's far though, right? That's where we'd be bringing it. And we would need to open this up. Actually, if I delete this, there'd be room to drop stuff there. Right, if you delete the factory, there'll be room to put a train station. Be a bit aggressive. That's a lot of dirt. We don't want to move too much dirt. So I hit N here instead of like mine or fill. This just does both. That's just like smooth. Kind of like leaving the ridges sometimes. That's a big spot. Where is terraforming? So I actually want him to do that. What's the other guy doing? Oh, he's working the other iron mine now. That's kind of important too. It's full, actually. They'll be fine. Nowhere to dump anyways. So yeah, I used this for way too long. I had no idea there was a better one. You can see the trucks, like this can only have 6 trucks going to it at once. That's like reserved space. And there's just a better one. I put that. But like this patch is almost out, but it is really limiting stuff. Whereas this one can hold 2,400. So we can have like 30 trucks going to it at once. 40, actually. Instead of 6. Doesn't sound right. I think it's right though. I just told them to go somewhere else. There's a lot of iron there. I want them to finish this so we can smooth this off. I never thought about it. Maybe I smooth this whole thing off to this level. That's going to be the pipeline continuation. Oh, and they built these, but I never did finish hooking them up. Probably do that, eh? They managed to pull out enough sour water. Like, we're full, though. Oh, no, they never got steam. They just filled up with the sour water. Oh, that's ammonia. Okay, where's the steam pipe? This one. Gonna upgrade that piece. Upgrade the one that flows in and then branch off this one, I think. It goes down to all that too. I'm putting it one past everything. It just makes it easier to branch off later. It doesn't really affect anything right now. That's a steam, and then they are going to output sulfur. We already hooked up ammonia and water. Nut lure. Now the ammonia, we have some sort of careful balancing act going on here. I know that. Where do you output it? Right beside the sulfur. Into this tank, which is then wow, that makes it really easy. Straight out of there. Excellent. So I need this ammonia to get used first before the ammonia we make with electricity. Here, perfect. Yeah, so I want this ammonia to be throttled up by this ammonia. And this tank being empty leads me to believe, and it's hooked up to the other phone of this building. This is what we need here. What did we miss? Water output. Did that say water? Didn't see. I saw something in it a second ago. Pretty sure it's water. Again, it's an intricate balancing act of waters prioritizing over each other here. That's why I actually didn't build this yesterday, because these output a ton of water, and I actually don't think I can use it because I also have to use all the other water I plowed in from other things. So the nuclear plant consumes a ton of water. So I'm waiting to hook these up until I have a consumer big enough to consume their output, which is why I'm just dumping this in the water. But like, we're overproducing it. I'm pretty sure it throttles off when this stops. When this stops. Anyways, I just got to make sure this pipe is the same pipe as that pipe, and that the pipe is big enough to handle the output, but it is. Oh no. Three-eyed fish. Man, I'm surprised I haven't seen like people actually post more pictures of those, like real ones, you know? You know it's gotta happen. People catch a lot of fish. Again, and now you'll never know, because all three-eyed fish could be like just AI. Have you seen the videos of that new friggin', what's it called? Veo or something AI? They're just like scarily real. Like you can tell because it's in the title. I don't know. Three-eyed fish? I don't even know what a real three-eyed fish would look like. You know, that one's getting hard to tell. But that it's been like that for years, I guess. I want to go here. That's a good place for it. Now. That's the one. That should go in with that cryo water. Just in case. Upgrade this piece of pipe. Outputs it for more capacity to this thing. This looks like it comes out of that. We'll upgrade that. And then trust that this was all set right beforehand. There's only one other input, and it comes from all this stuff. So that's the one that's not cryoed. It's just like the old water source. We're running on like mostly recycled water. And then that's the water output from one of them. But I clicked across the ground there, a couple clicks, so that I could do this. So that's the water output from both. We got the sour water in. We got the steam in. And there's the sulfur, which will eventually go this way. ground up into slag. Oh, so we're not even polluting it anymore. I was worried this might back up, though. So there, that's the sour water. When this fills up, there's a problem. So that'll process all the sour water. The carbon dioxide all gets piped here through the world piping system. Same with the pollution I just clicked on. This gets stomped into the ground here. Pollution is getting reprocessed here. They've never been healthier. Actually, the water pollution's kind of bad since I turned this on. I didn't need to turn this on, though. I have all this toxic slurry saved up. And we built filters, actually. I forgot about that. That also helped collapse society. Because I used all my sand for a second. Not thinking about the quartz boat supplying it, but this is full now, so... We have filters now, too. And we ran out of fuel at one point. I do not have enough raw oil storage. It doesn't last while the boat's gone. Go. Quantity. Yeah, it's like we run out sometimes. All the time. I don't think anyone needs to drive here. Oh, they're not even allowed. This is super cool, but it's not good anymore. Was just gonna put these as a buffer. I don't actually want to build these yet. Off this, but it would only pull from these four, which was the whole reason I wired it in this way. It's not an issue with delivery speed. I want to empty them all equally. I could delete that and redo it. So when I built it, there were only four. That's what's happening. We're gonna have to start being really careful with this tool once we fill in the railway. I realized once the railways, like if I wanted to delete these, see, I can delete the pipes. It's dangerous. Redoing it. I hit the wrong pause. And they hit the wrong patience. There we go. So we got 8, eh? Nothing on the ground here. Why do I always put everything so close together? It makes it so hard to read later. All right. 1. I want to use pipe 3. Seriously? How many? I missed one on every single one. Okay. I was 1 pixel off in my drag. It's hard to see. So many pillars have been added over time, but they don't get removed. Seriously? How many of these are hidden? Oh, this isn't even possible anymore. I've checked like 4 times. Get out of here. Okay, so now they're all into these 2 balancers. Now I want these to go into these evenly. Possibly without breaking the hydrogen. So we're gonna have 4. Nobody drives here. We can just go here. So R makes it not want to click to things. Make it a lot easier to run them side by side. I can end up running 4 back too. That's not great, really. This is all just to have a bigger number here. I guess I could run 2 back, actually. I could have ran those. Yeah, I could have done this more efficiently. I could have ran both of these banks into one of these and then just put 2 pipes out, 1 to each one, because it would have been balanced. This will allow more throughput eventually, but we're not... 1 pipe is enough throughput for what we need. I'm gonna use 2. 1 is enough, I think. Now, I put that one down 1, actually. I think I'd go directly above it. Yeah, that's overkill. But you never know. Maybe we get more oil out. This oil ends up there too. I don't know. I don't know how it all works anymore. Should I rush that, or should I see if they can get here? They're super busy too, actually. Guns? Gun 2? What's our combat power? 480. We're researching fuel tank in a second, I think. Current research, mega vehicles. Finally, the big trucks. He's just like, where does the oil go, though? Trying to save up parts, spend them all on pipes. No, I couldn't boost the factory. I tried. I just run out of oil if I try and boost it, and we were having a fuel crisis. Now, I did add a whole extra refinery and another cracking unit. So we're doing lots of cracking, and they're running 2 recipes. And the order matters. They're trying to do the brown one first. I actually have a sushi pipe going into them that holds heavy oil and naphtha. Otherwise, they were flicking back and forth. I couldn't get the prio right without the sushi pipe. Yeah, we have a bunch of sushi pipes. The farm sushi pipe broke yesterday for a bit. It cleared a bunch of times and started working again. So it's wired up to run the organic fertilizer first, because that runs off byproducts we need to get rid of. But if it runs out of organic fertilizer, it throws regular fertilizer in. These are all full there. This is the furthest. Yeah, so if they now eat more organic than we have, throw this one down. And if it manages to eat all of this, it'll put that one down. That's a triple sushi pipe. I think we're making too much organic, actually, and that's why the ammonia's backing up. Seems like it only pulls what they need. I'm not sure how it works, because this pipe can hold 600. I mean, and this is hooked right into it. I understand it being low when it's pulling from this, because this is prioed, but I think so what happens now is this is waiting, and it shuts off this, but none of the farms are like, I want 3. I'll at 100 though, so I'm not going to touch it. They built it. More flow than we're using, right? I could upgrade the pipes, but slow and steady, I guess. Save that for when it's failing. But now everything gets drained into every tank. It was like that before too, but I was draining 8 1000 whatever barrel, 1000 barrel tanks. Or 400 barrel tanks. We still don't have enough storage, actually. Need one more of these. But he's never going to run constantly. Not yet. People are going back up. I'm pretty sure we have the beacon on. Yeah. What do you do with depleted uranium? Just pile it for now, I think. Or store it. I guess we could not be savages and store it. Birds. It's 0.5 in enriched uranium. And it takes 2 to make 2 uranium rods. And he burns 1.5 for 60. So for 1 nuclear plant, I don't think we have this yet. Did that work? It did, but I don't have the recipe. Okay, so there's another stage to this too. Yoink. Make it so. Yeah, the rail kind of came out further than I thought it would. I'm reserving this for food. I don't think we'll need it all, but I'm not making chips yet or anything. We just started getting sugarcane. I'm actually not doing anything with that. Now that I think about it, we're burning it. What's it do? It makes sugar. What, early for you? Bonsoir. We're kind of waiting for the people to come up. Also recovering. I'm watching the numbers. We need this to go up. I do want to build more solar, but it's expensive. But we have this massive glass factory in the power, but the power... What does maintenance 2 use? I don't even know where I'm making maintenance 2, to be honest. Because I only needed 1 factory, and I remember I just plopped it down somewhere. This is where all the maintenance 1 is. I don't even know what it looks like. Yellow ropes on the roof. Like, I know we have one. We're making it. I don't remember where we put that. Consumes these. I only make these here. Is that it? It's just blue versus yellow roof ropes. I don't see any yellow ones. Like, we have it. I know we have it. Is there a way to... find it? New refugees. So the workers are going up. The nuclear plants take a ton of workforce, though. There it is. So I'm just bringing that here with trucks. And they're grabbing electronics too here. But... have those down here. Right here. And electronics too. Both right here together. This is microchips my freaking boat has found. I'm moving this. I'm expanding this. This is moving. The farm field's here anyways. The road should be here. This is 2 pixels in the way. Why do they have 2 bridges? For possible throughput, yeah. There'll probably be a lot going between these 2 places, actually. I thought there was going to be a lot more. This is the electronics, right? I thought there was going to be a lot more back and forth. It's not. They do go up the hill. Lots of concrete. Low power. Yeah, man, I'm deleting it. We're deleting it. It's all coming together. This is the food factory and ethanol, actually. We could be running on ethanol. What are we making with ethanol? Disinfectant. Oh yeah, I gave them healthcare too. So we got healthcare down here. Red. Still need to do this recipe with the sulfur and the limestone. See, I don't have the limestone on a train, and I keep having to pull people off this task. But this task is to get my train perfectly to the limestone. By the time it gets there, the limestone's going to be gone. But this train track is going to go here and be beautiful. It goes here. At some point. Where's the next limestone? Lots of gold, actually. That's sand. Here. Yeah, I think we're expanding here. I already have the train out all the way over here. This is to set up another train fuel station. I didn't like how I did the last ones. I think they're further off in case I accidentally build it. Just in case. And then this guy should be doing this. How do I... It's neat you can turn the UI off and leave the overlay on. You can't zoom out full distance with the UI on, so this, the clearing of this actually takes a long time because we dump dirt here. And it's a terrible design. They have to drive multiple laps around. Now, it's time to make it higher. Hey, but there you go. I was like, dude, you're going 2 spaces. So we used to go around multiple laps to go up 1 level. This one kind of got 2 levels in 1 lap, and I'm thinking of doing a 3rd one. Now the train's gonna have to shimmy, but I don't think it minds a little shimmy like that. No, I can shimmy 2 over, so we could do it again too. Ace, good to see you. Excellent. That sounds wonderful. We got building a pile of dirt. Listened to too much Johnny Cash this week. That's good to hear. Good to hear. Promising title, right? Oh, good. I included a question mark. I was going to say, but I didn't overpromise. So what we're doing is piling dirt. I have all my materials separated for some reason. And I decided dirt was going here. And then I realized it would need to be a big pile. So we kind of started doing... I realized that when the slag pile... That was where I was going to dump slag the entire game, by the way. It's going well. So... yeah, we're redoing the dirt. Not redoing, this is the plan. And then somebody mentioned we should launch the spaceship from the top of this. So that actually sounds like a good plan too. Do you think I can bring the whole thing up one, or would it just break? So sometimes there's like one tile that won't go up. But if I have it all, I check them all at once. That's the highest this will go. Yeah. So this one just got lucky. I made it around 3 entire walls once, and they were building at the time, so I couldn't even undo it before I hit one that was too low. So this one doesn't have a single bad tile. So it's one higher. It wants to be there. Yeah. So I was thinking about how hard that's going to be. But the answer is yes, because I actually didn't think about it until like 2 minutes ago, and I've been trying to think my way out of it. But now that you put it in chat, I don't think I can. The vehicles can't cross the train track, and the train track blocks the entire path every time it comes around the corner. It's one or the other. There will be no way to do both. Without building an elaborate ramp. How big of a gap can a rail bridge? I have a feeling it's not as much as I would need to do what I'm thinking of. I was thinking of building a ramp with the steepest of possible walls, right? So you could go up pretty vertically. Like we're going up again here. There's a better example. So I could get a ramp to like here, you know? It looks like it'll bridge maybe 1 tile and I need like 100. This one's all nice tiles too, actually. This one can go 3 higher. That doesn't even make sense. That one was a bad wall. God damn it. Man, I wish you could click. So they have this amazing, like, I can do this, right? And see, and it's like, okay, it's perfectly lined up, right? But I can't click right now. I can't confirm it. So now I have to put my mouse back exactly where it was, which never happens. Like I'll try and even put it on the wall for it to actually work. So you can look, but you can't actually do anything with it. I find it's really hard to see this. I'm trying to build 30 at once. Okay, got it. And we need 6 tiles. That's how much it takes a train to turn. And I have to wait for them to fill that part. This takes a minute to build though. Might as well let them start. Come on, man. We did that all so smoothly. Throw me a bone here. Great. Got him. But everyone who comes up here to build has to drive around it twice again, too. It's not great. And I did just throw all the concrete on the ground. And those use, like, purely concrete, don't they? Yeah. Clever. So it's 4 of these to 1 of these. They need steel too. See, I don't have steel on a train either. It's rather easy though. That's just it's pipe. Which tile is it on? That one? Just easier to make intersections if you go one past it. I don't think it's going to expand this way or that way or whatever. And then this. And that is enriched uranium and depleted uranium. Enriched uranium goes in this big box. Probably don't need to make this much of it. Now, I don't know what to do with depleted uranium yet. We don't have a thing for it. Use the alphabet. Okay. Enriched uranium. Depleted uranium. No, I love the list in this game. Alphabetical. It's perfect. There's a reason to it. I don't even care how people make their lists, as long as they're consistent across the game. Alphabetical is perfectly good. Probably the best, actually. I mean, there's arguments to be had between having, like, you know, iron ore beside iron, beside steel, beside to group the common ingredient together. So this makes 5 times as much depleted uranium. Make things out of the depleted uranium. So I can't yet. It's the thing. Right now, my only consumption recipe we have unlocked is dump it on the ground. You unlock that after the actual useful parts. So I'm thinking, how much are we going to store? Enough that maybe we have a train haul it away somewhere so we can stack storages. Maybe out beside the solar panels. Okay, but no. That's not great, because when we want to reprocess it, we eventually turn it into MOX rods. They go back into the nuclear reactor, right? You upgrade it and then feed them back in. So I'm gonna want it reprocessed here. We could train it away for temporary storage. I play really slow. There's a chance this piles up for a long time. This doesn't need to be here, and this platform can expand infinitely. Maybe not, actually. It feels like there's a pretty close edge on this one. This can also curve up here. Now that I've flattened this. This wasn't flat when I made it. How are we doing with the iron? Actually, because I turned off one of the iron mines. We put him up here. So we're flattening this for a new iron factory. That's going to take out this. We just moved this bridge over. They should be done that. I'm actually low on concrete here. You can have this. Not that. That's important to actually touch those. I still have one of the researches paused, actually, to help these build up. I can end up collapsing this. There's iron there. I want to get it. We'll fill it back in after. Fill it back in after. They're eventually... I think we're going to smooth this. This is a good spot too, actually. And I have so much solar infrastructure ready to be placed. I haven't flattened this yet, but it does take maintenance too, but I've already built it. I just haven't put it down. And purple parts. But they could actually build them from these purple parts. I can tell my trucks not to bring stuff here. They're already not bringing stuff here, apparently. But if they take these are left over from a temporary factory. Leftovers. Copper's full, coal is full, iron's full. Not really though. Iron is constantly struggling. Purple is pitiful. I don't even know where that is. This is our purple production. It's full. I should be storing it somewhere else too. But I don't have enough red production. What are we doing with the depleted uranium? I think I just swapped these. Put it here. These are just like other parts. Yeah, there's also something else we have to store. I just deleted that. But replace two. What if we store it there? I'm guessing it looks like this. Yeah. I kind of put down one of every building that like the whole recipe chain just so I can see them. Now I find it hard to see them on this. I've said that, but these don't. 2.5. Okay, yeah. Tier 1 belt could handle all of this. I actually need 5 to fill this. Now I'm not planning on filling this. I mean, shoot. We could double that. I don't think I'm ever going to produce that much. I regret saying that. If I do produce that much, we can move it somewhere else. I need a belt. None of this stuff run on belts? Big Pipette fan, if you can't tell. Silly. Okay, that's them taken care of. So that is enriched uranium. We then need this little dude. Who uses steel. See, I want to make a train station for the steel. We don't have steel on the train. I have steel in a box right here, being trucked everywhere. It's one of the only ingredients that I'm still trucking everywhere. This was the first base. This was the first coal pit, actually. The train never really made it here. Steel. What does steel go in? This? Probably good. Train station, please. Not cut. I've always been putting them right beside the track. I should be leaving some space. Okay, that's actually lined up with something. Ooh, I'm sorry. Forgot it wasn't one piece. Now, do we want them to be able to come from both ways? I mean, one of them was all blue. Yeah, that's full speed. Do that one. Now, you can have it be a two-way train station pretty easily in this game. Oh, as long as... I think it should build the rails as two-way. It would fix a lot of the building problems. Doesn't want to auto-connect unless they're two-way. Now this one's kind of bad. And you can't connect on angles. Ooh, oh, that's good. So then these aren't actually two-way. This one goes that way. No, goes that way. This is two-way. This one goes in. This one goes out. Multi-directional train station for... Oh, did I just wreck something? I think I did, but I clicked 3 times trying to highlight it, which would have set it left, right, and back to what I originally had it. Steel. Coffee. Paste. Actually, this is going to be unload. Unload steel here, which means I have to flip all these. It's probably easier to just rebuild them. I don't need that much steel down here for the nuclear. Just a little. The littlest even, I think. Is that a stupid idea? Should we have a giant backup there, just in case? Just production time. Same as Factorio, once you fill them. It's a lot of steel. What does it consume? 1 a minute. And that would be 5,000. Like 1,000 minutes. Probably too much. Go with old 2. Less space as well. But then I don't have to run the belt right now. Although I kind of do, because... it's got to get where we're putting it, right? So they're going to drive around out here. Now, so this uses this box and this train station. And this could possibly expand infinitely for a while. And this outputs, which goes directly into this. Which means we don't need this one. And this is where the spent fuel goes. Until we can reprocess it too. Oh, it has a special storage. That's right. But how do you put it on a train? Flat belt? I don't think you can put it on a train. I was going to train it out of here. The other side of the island. Kind of have like a huge thing down there. Doesn't look like you can. It is a flat belt though. No, definitely not. So you just gotta, so I guess these are gonna be close by too. And fuel storages. Well, I guess if this is where we're storing all the crap, it fits. I'm wondering, I just deleted that. Two uranium rods, and you only burnt 0.5. Like 4 of these would be overkill for now. It's not very scalable right here. I mean, it kind of is. That goes in a box, I think, right? Yeah. I don't remember. Oh, it's steel. I've already got the enriched uranium. Yeah. Probably don't actually even need that. I think 3 times. I might move it one further away if I do. That one flat tile there is going to let me click the rest of them into it. That's why I clicked there. I'm going to do that just to make sure. Did it matter? That's the uranium. That should scale out too, a little bit. That'll go this way. And then we just got to feed that into a nuclear plant somewhere. Or sorting plant blocked. Or sorting plant blocked. Still full of ore, 1/2 slow. Fuel's going back up. It's really nice. That one hasn't been full in a long time. Probably due to our increased oil buffers. No, that's about what I was saying before. We don't have that much extra. He has one that isn't empty, which just sounds correct. Appear as if we missed one. Huh. Crazy. Crazy. That's how society collapses, is one tiny little piece of pipe like that. The boat won't go till it's empty, right? He's like, oh, they still need some of my oil. But he leaves when there's 6,000 on the world map. So we didn't miss it by much. He would have left right now. I think that would flow faster. It should be flowing through this full speed. $4.50 a minute? Okay. I've had like $4.50. A minute's a long time. This is our fuel supply. And soon to be our power supply. Right there. You get some mad tilt on that thing, eh? Not overloaded at all. Strictly to regulation. Workers again, actually. Train station. Thought I did this. And then I can't tell my trucks to fill this up. This one. So there's no trains for now, so they'll bring stuff there. Once the train's coming and it's actually full, won't matter. And then what? If I build one of each of these, we should have nuclear fuel. That one, this one, this one, and that one. That's it. And it comes out here-ish, but we haven't really picked that yet. But I think the nuclear plants are gonna go maybe over here. See, yeah, it's only really the one belt. Oh no, then the spent stuff comes back. That's not bad. It's in the wrong place. I'm out of concrete. Well, that's part of the thing itself. Okay. It was 1 pixel over from this one. I mean, it might as well not be, right? If I'm taking the time to design it all, might as well line it up. That's a long way for this one belt to come, actually. Kind of make more sense to put it here. Now, that goes into this. Uses 80 workers. So we wrap back up to 300. We've been running the beacon the whole time, actually. And I have points. I could probably turn up the... I was going to say maintenance reduction and just get some free stuff. That's cheap. That's cheap. 40% from solars. No joke. They built that whole new thing I placed too. It does slow everything else down, but man, 40% from solar. That's all coal we're not burning, right? But I'm about to build a nuclear plant, so it's kind of stupid actually. Because we're about to have unlimited power. No, we're about to use it too though. And the dirt. We're almost out of places to dump dirt. Didn't think this through well. Right, 'cause this wall comes along here. So the 6 tiles are there. Going to come over here. I think it's just going to go up here. This is where it's going to go up again. No, we have to go flat for the corner. Train, and then it can go up. I'm going to start going up once on every turn, or twice, as many as we can. Not... Could go up again here, actually. Shim, nah, there's not enough room there. They built most of it. Surprised. That would tie the trucks up, because they all have to drive around multiple times to get up there. It's really terrible. Like half of my trucks are currently trying to navigate whatever we've done here. These things eat hella water. So that eats 96 water. This treatment thing we built here treats 108 toxic slurry. This makes 36, so we'd have to build 3 of them. They had 108. It makes 36 water. It also needs brine. Did we get the vacuum desalinization researched? New recipe in the thermal desalinator. Super steam to water and brine. Regular steam Water and brine. Is that what I wanted? Vacuum, I guess. How else can we make water? Rainwater harvester. Groundwater pumps. I do have some of those here, but they're for the food. I don't want the nuclear to rely on groundwater. We have seawater. This makes brine reliably, and salt, which I don't have much of. We can thermally desalinate it. 6 super steam, and you're going to make, oh, you're making regular steam. Okay, so he can get a net positive water easily. It's like 14 or 16 steam or something. Now, do I have to keep track of the steam for the nuclear? I haven't been keeping track of the steam so far. I have everything throttling on and off. I'm wondering if nuclear power doesn't like to throttle on and off like that. What else can I do with brine other than dump it? Red mud. I've never even heard of that. Site. The one building I haven't built merchant resources. Actually, don't think I've ever made aluminum. I'm gonna want some seawater pumps here, which clips how far out you can go once you put the pumps down. Throw them here for now. Then I'm running the pipe all that way. No, that's not great. I should have left a little water pumping area. I will put them here for now. We'll retrofit it after. I have very few belts and pipes compared to like what I definitely normally run. Difference between these is just height. Seawater pump. That might get caved in by that. $108. It's a 78, and we need 96. So 3 is more than enough, but I want more than that. 96. Like, how much am I using? How much steam am I using over here? $96. Like, I'm already using a full nuclear reactor right here, and this isn't all the power. This is the main power. This is this section. 2 large power generators. This is runoff from the garbage and stuff. Right, it's 3 for some reason. Who uses 3? If I'd use 4, I could just have the large. Who uses 3? And then actually, some of that could be this. Doesn't look like it though. That's runoff from pollution? What even does that? Yeah, reprocessing pollution into CO2 makes low pressure steam. Which instead of doing this, producing nothing. I could make my water with it. But I want the water to back up because it's a nuclear plant. And if it runs out of water, everybody dies. I don't want this to back up, which means it's fine doing what it's doing, actually. Is this reclaiming water? It is. There's so much reclaimed water here, it's ridiculous. So I'm going to build a whole plant for these wherever I build them. It's 1-to-1, it's not bad. But then I'd have to run the steam pipe all the way back here. Then there's another steam pipe. Actual steam here. And if I siphoned off of it, the worst thing that could happen is this would turn on, which is a 4.5 megawatt boiler, which I'm not running because we don't have a massive power source yet. But I could run the water off of power steam boilers once we have nuclear. How are we turning it into power? High pressure turbine uses 24 steam. So if I use some of the steam out of the nuclear, can't count on it being 1-to-1, but let's say we have 96, so that would be 4 pressure turbines go to 1 nuclear plant. Now if you do them in separate banks, you can get it. No, I think I can do it with the priorities, actually. So 4 high pressure turbines. 2. Oh, we have a 2, do we? Sneaky. 2 high pressure turbine 2s, actually. For 1 nuclear plant? Doesn't even seem bad. So if we built 2 nuclear plants, because we already have the equivalent, right, of 1 nuclear plant. So if we built 2, it would double that. And then they can run 4 low pressure turbine 2s. So I've never done it like this. Oh, because then you get 2 different mechanicals. Yeah, you don't want that. They're both up 1 from the ground? Okay. So this is low pressure steam comes out. You can't store steam, so it has to go direct in, but they match. These 4 match to those 4. These shoot out depleted steam, which can be recaptured into water using cooling tower. You know what? This is why I never find out if I have better versions of things, though. Yes, we do, and I'm constantly copy pasting. Large cooling tower can accept 96, and we're gonna have double that. Now again, I don't want this to back up. So actually, I put it right here. Because this doesn't make pollution. It's just like optimistically, you want to get your water back, right? But I don't want it to throttle off a nuclear plant at the same time. So let's do that. And this and then prio out those two. One into each of these, then it can recycle it if it wants. And if there's no room, it'll just blow it into the air. Won't hurt anyone. Into nothing. Yeah. That might be moving this too. That's why I'm leaving it all like kind of flat. I think we're copy pasting this somewhere. So then they just need their steam input. Water's just an output. And now we've produced from 2 nuclear plants 12 times 4, so 48 mechanical watts plus 24. So what's that? 72? It's 72. Now we have turned that into power. And our most efficient generator uses 18, so 72. 4 of these will make 60 megawatts. That doesn't even sound great. I guess we're only using 40. Or 60 mechanical watts. Sorry, is that what I did? Did we do that right? Mechanical. Yeah, there's mechanical and megawatts. Yeah. So 48 plus 24, 72. 18 mechanical watts. Okay, yeah, 60 megawatts. And that's it. And then I can actually have an electric boiler right here. And then we'll put the balancer. And then so the steam's going to come from the nuclear in here. So we're not going to prio this. But if it's ever lacking, we'll have a little emergency dude kick on. Yeah, that pipe handles 200. We have bigger pipes too. So that's a 60 megawatt. That'll eat 2 nuclear plants and double our power. Total power too. A lot of that is backup diesel generators I really don't want to turn on. Now, we're going to want some mad fluid storage for this. Right, so this would want emergency fluid. And then these recycle fluid. Tell you, this is a bad design already. Okay. The emergency steam should probably have its own emergency water. Kind of like that idea. I want one of these to be full and one of them to be empty. Kind of like right here. This is the ammonia we're using, which obviously I want to remain fairly full, right? Because we want to have a good supply of it. This is the ammonia getting from sour water, which I never want to be able to back up and stop. So I want the water reprocessing one to be able to flow freely, but buffered. And then I want where it goes to be able to back up. So yeah, I gotta put the water buffer before the switch. don't think I need it. We doubled production. Just, I built it in pairs. I think we only needed one more. That's that to notify me if there's a problem. There's probably a problem with this. I don't know. I feel like I'm designing way too much at once. There's so many different parts you have to build before you get a freaking one of them consuming. I built this plastic factory 500 years ago, and we're still not consuming plastic anywhere. I have a train delivering it down here to possibly make potato chips, but we're not making potato chips yet. I should actually. That'd be for Unity. So actually, this isn't such a bad spot. This isn't such a bad spot. Because this is the recycled water from Toxic Slurry. And I can mix them in a prio switch right here and prio the recycled water over the fresh water right at the start. And then I could prio this over that, which would ensure these are always empty. Yeah, okay. So priority out, we want to turn it back into water. That's going to come out of here, go into here. I can fix that. And then this is the surge protector. This is where we're going to mix the water. So we want this to be the highest prio. And then over here, we're going to make water because I want to keep expanding this so that the next nuclear plant, we can just copy this and paste it beside it. You know what I mean? Just bang. Because we're going to be producing enough fuel for more. So we have the nuclear plant here, creating the steam and stuff, and then we just expand out. The next one is just right here. No more belts. All the pipes are already running everything. We can just keep going. Eventually, when we stop, I'll probably move the water over there. I can only fit the 3 there. Okay, they're going to make water, and it's going to come through a pipe here to meet up with this. Might as well be in front of it so I know what it is. Fuck? You see what it just did? Impressive, actually. We should showcase that. That impressive bout of pathing, man. Try that again. It went down and then up over itself and then around and back over itself. Okay, so we have those. And we want to use that first. And then we're going to have the water that comes from here. Again, these eats, man, if we're going to have that much power from uranium and I'm not burning coal, why don't I just boil the water for these here, and then the nuclear plants actually match up and just make power. I don't know where it is. Right, like these just make water. So prio that. And then water, electricity. This one just takes electricity, which we're about to have. It overproduces, so it won't even run constantly. It would run constantly. Possibly if I built 4. We need to consume that much water. I should just have 4. That's just matched. Except I flipped one. That won't confuse me later when I copy paste it somewhere else. There, 48 steam consumption. That pipe can handle that. And then this stores water. And that's water. I gotta do something with the brine. I think I should move my evaporation ponds over there so I can put the salt on the train. And actually, I need to get the salt here anyways. And then get 3 paper factories here instead of just 1 and actually make office supplies. So I'm gonna have brine over there now. I assume this is set up to just fall into the ocean if I delete this, so. Evaporation, not wasteful at all. Evaporation pond 2. See, number 1 doesn't use power. 2 is twice as fast, but uses power. Eats 96 brine. Makes 42. 84 to 96. Thanks for that. Just do that in my head right quick. 8/9. Jeez. Switch to the Imperial system for a second. I don't actually need these right now. This is just like a thought. I'm gonna put salt on a truck right here. That's actually a good spot for it. So how does this work? Seawater goes to brine, but no, brine goes to salt. And we just have brine here. Brine. Dump brine. How much brine are we making? Ooh. I don't know if I'm going to break this. Kind of save a bit more room for liquid. That's 180. And we're making 20. Just over 120. I do need 3. Brine, prio out that one. Make some salt. We can put it on the other side too if we need to. I'm not sure exactly how that's going to work. And then we'll have salt here. There's already a road here. My trucks are picking up salt by road down here, right? But it's just one little evaporation pond, and yeah. Did I take off my socks to do the math? No. No, I only do math in slippers. Now I've lost what I'm doing, thinking about slippers. Salt in a bucket. Okay. What else do you output? Nothing. Excellent. And then, rest of the water, just go over this cliff here. Like, no, I do not. I do not. So that should be liquid for this, and we actually need to build that whole thing. The whole thing, this part. We can build the salt part. Now, where does the water come out? That's kind of the important part, isn't it? Maybe? It's kind of unfortunate there. Now, that's not a real crossing, I don't think. Could be, though. Or do I just box this in? We're gonna drive around here. Yeah, we're gonna drive around there. The more bridges I put in, the harder the factory gets later. one space over. I've already built most of it. Like there. Now, I think I moved this. They could both go into one for now. No, but I'm going to double it up. So these need to have prio over this pipe. Right now, I was going to run it under and run it back. That doesn't make sense. I mean, I could join them like that, but I could join them anywhere. They only make 30 water. No need. These need brine? Really glad I just read that. Okay, their slag is joining. These need brine, actually. And filters, which we brought in via truck here. Brine, well, we're making that. Which one? The lower one, so this one. It's easier once the liquids are flowing, eh? And you can actually see it. Okay, the top one is brine. Bottom one is water. We'll remember that. And we'd want to prio out both, because we don't want to dump it in the ocean first. I can turn these off if they eat too much of it. This is what you use to process the toxic slurry. So the top one is brine. Okay, well, bottom one's easier to click on. Don't know if my trucks will ever need to touch that, but they might. Also, the belts come out of there. This is going to meet up with something right around there. Man, they're hard to see when they're building. Oop, missed one. Yoink. Okay, they all have brine, and their water output is here. and it has to mix. Do you think we'll finish this before I finish typing balancer? We only have one more. Actually, pipes can come out of there. Just stay away from that. It mixes there. Which one needs priority? This one. Recycling. Whichever one goes into it from here. Something doesn't look right. It's weird that that's two separate pieces. Anyways, this one has priority. And then we have the water from there. And actually, we need to build one. And the pipes. And that? Not that. This though, trucks cannot bring things here. Oh, it needs a piece of water to jumpstart it. We need to jumpstart it. I don't want to lift that. I can just lift this off the ground. We got a part cut off. There. Now, I don't want them to have to come here. Like, once it has water, this shouldn't empty. So this is pried out from it. Yeah. Here, somebody bring a tiny bit of water here. Orgazinta? I don't actually know what that is. Oh. Google apparently does. 4 goes into... I get it. I get it. I get it. I understood it and I didn't. That's sad. We're just currently dumping this toxic stuff. So once this builds, we should start processing it a little. I need to unpause all of the pipes, but I can't afford to build all the buildings. And then this is the water we're going to use for the nuclear plant. That's nuclear stuff. I was going to run this all the way along on top of that, but now I realize I want to actually, it's one of the few belts I want to pay attention to. So we're going to go under it. Can I explain the nuclear setup? No. I could probably attempt to. Give me a second. Nuclear, so uranium comes in on a boat and gets crushed up into crushed uranium and then goes into this, which mixes with acid and turns it into yellow cake and poison. And then this rock and acid mix into hydrogen fluoride and slag, and then you combine the hydrogen fluoride and the yellow cake here, and they're going to make us enriched uranium and depleted uranium, which we currently don't have a recipe for, so it will live here. And then the enriched uranium is going to come here, combine with steel, and make uranium rods. And then the uranium rods are going to come down here and go into a nuclear plant with water and make steam. And then the steam is going to go in here and turn turbines. And then we'll stop using coal. Basically, it's going to make the exact same amount of power as this. Except we boil water with the atom instead of with coal. Which is how it works IRL, you know? That's how we make power. We like to boil water. But that's it, just a bunch of steps to get the uranium rod. And then there's more steps later, but I don't have them unlocked yet. And then there's spent fuel, which we also can't reprocess yet. I think you can look, though. Later on, you turn this into better stuff, and then even better stuff, and I don't know, I've never seen this. So there's new stuff I haven't seen before. Iron mine has nothing to be mined. Oh. They might end up flattening all this. I'm just gonna make it bigger. But it's like anything, it's just one ingredient into the other. This game's really good like that, in that like the uranium comes off the boat, like, right? Like, what do I do with the uranium? I don't know. Right click it. Okay, well, there's one building that produces it. Just hit control and click. Here it is with the recipe in it. So it makes this. Okay, what do we do with that? Right click it. Okay, well, there's only one building that consumes it. So control click. That's the next one. You know, okay, so what do we do with yellow cake? Right click it. Okay, I only have one thing that uses yellow cake, which is this. But I need this. So how do we make this? Right click it. Okay, there's only one building that makes that. Here's an ingredient with this. Let's put them side by side. So now we have these two ingredients. That outputs this. I only have one building that can use that. Okay. So that's this. And that makes this. I only have one building that can consume that. So that makes the nuclear plant. You can do every chain in this game like that. Now, some of them have multiple recipes, and you unlock better recipes later. But it's really user-friendly for getting through stuff, because it auto-selects the recipe. Like, for instance, like, I only had one building for all of that. But if I come down here, this thing can have 1 billion recipes, because it can make everything. But if I'm wondering specifically how to make white parts, it's here. And if I control-click this, it comes with that only that one recipe set for me. And then it takes me 10 hours to put it down, even though I just laid it out in 45 seconds somehow. It takes me 10 hours to actually figure it out, though. But then, yeah, you got the water and that kind of stuff. It looks like we've got that running, actually. Waiting on brine. So, I don't have that much power right now. Yeah, we just started running diesel. Is this gonna shut off? Brine's gonna dump into the ocean if it overflows, but the water won't. That's not even good. That's not even good, because we're using the brine now to purify the water. I'm gonna have to dump the brine and the water. We're out of power. I can't run this. See what I mean? One little building can really throw things off. Oh man, we built something that is chugging power. What did we build? The enrichment plant uses a lot of power, apparently. Ouch. That hurts. Well, I'm ready to go into it. Water. One of these is the cooling tank. And one is the boiler. Cooling tank outputs low pressure, so this one is the cooling tank. I have made this mistake before, where I put water into these two and not this one. It blows up. So we're gonna prio out the cooling tank. That's probably really important, actually. Now the rest of it, one pipe can do enough, but if I built it earlier where I had crappy pipes, you'd use two. And it's gonna make the high pressure steam. Which is what we want to use here. And it's gonna have spent fuel. I don't know, you store that. And then eventually reprocess it. I think it goes here. I think it goes right there. It's kind of shit. It goes there because we're expanding out this way, so it goes there is where it goes, and then the next power plant goes here soon too. I think we build that like this soon. I wanted to get the road. That's right. I wanted the road to come through here. This is a road. Almost good enough, though. Already done that, eh? This is just for slag up there. This is just for dirt up here. Oh. Okay. It's time. I can't build the wall until they fill these three in by the wall. I should leave a hole in the center. But I was lazy one stream and we just made a tower because I knew we'd eventually get that high. Now we have to go that high, of course. This is where all of the dirt we've ever mined is for some reason. Good rocket launch pad now. Absolutely awful for my trucks. As the only way up is to drive laps. Yeah, it wasn't great. It wasn't a great design. I was gonna pause and force him to do it. I think he's gonna do it all though. Nowhere to dump dirt. Yeah, man. Give me a second. Calm down. It's been 4 seconds. Okay. Yeah, because you're not allowed to build walls on terrain markers. So you can build everything else on them, and walls are the thing that affects the terrain. Just test, just in case. So let's not start going up till there. That black line. That makes it collapse, believe it or not. We found that out. Even if it's 2 tiles away. You'd think there'd be enough, like, roll down, but there isn't. Now, all of these can go full height, actually. On the inside. And then we could get higher here. The inside's perfectly flat. And the train can shimmy over after it gets around the corner. I don't know how this started. Okay, but let's start one later, just to be sure. Like that. Yes. It's gonna use so much concrete. So this didn't work before because it was like it was here. You can't dump like half those. Like I can't get anything in that 2 squares, so it doesn't. No, it doesn't work quite right. Whereas once you've dumped a full tile, you can stand right on top of it everywhere, so I don't have to worry. Like one of them was down 2 just from loose tile, but because it won't let you assign those, you can't fix it. You can, but it's like you have to redo the whole tower. We tried. This is a bit more expensive, but it gets the same thing across. I'm only looking at the one on the far left. Turn it up till they all go red. Turn it back to green. Line up that one. No, I might have needed a corner piece somewhere. That's why I'm going all the way around. We did. And I don't know how it picks the height. Oh, no, I didn't. It's like I placed them all the exact same height. Oh, I didn't because I moved that out of the way. Place them all the exact same height. And then just to keep it civil, this wall has to go until the ramp's full height, which is no longer there because we raised it up. That's why we did that. One whole tile, look at us. And then like that, except they have to build it. And they can't build it because they won't be able to get in there. Now they can get in. And they have enough space to dump for the next 20 years. And can't break anything. And I'm out of concrete. And they can still break things. There's some on the belts that's like flowing into things now. Perfect. And now they can't break things. Next level. Let's see, I think now we can fill up this level. I keep shimmying over and adding multiple levels like this, as opposed, like, you can see Mark 1, right? 1 Z level per lap. Terribly inefficient. And then we got like 1.2 levels, and now look, this lap, this third lap, we're getting up like 10 or 12 tiles. By the end of the fourth lap, it'll be vertical, right to space. We won't even need the rocket. And Mark 5 trucks. I purposely haven't built that part yet because I want the nuclear plant to be full of water before we fill it up with fuel. Unpause. This is going to kick on immediately, and as we've learned, we don't have the electricity to run them yet. Not quite yet. And then the nuclear waste, yeah, I think there's just kind of stacks down here. There's going to be the road here, so the trucks can deal with it if we have to move it for a bit. But you can't put it on a train, which I found kind of weird. I was planning on putting it on a train and just like having it here, you know? Train already goes to here. There's nothing out here, but it goes here. Good thing power is global. I just kind of like jacked that thing and did put it back. Nuclear. Leaves room for the road I've made right there. Now the belts are gonna interrupt it. I need this. Thing go around. And nothing comes out yet because we don't know how to do that. And you need this one, which I'm not gonna build yet. Do not want the fuel to go. We have fuel. I don't want it going in. In fuel. Now, is there a storage for that? Way over here. Way more than we'll ever need. Yeah, that's good. There's not a single storage on this water system. There's one for that emergency boiler. There is no storage on the water system for the nuclear plant. And what there should be, two. Two, because now I can tell this one to, can't do that till it's built there. Water. Okay, I can. Notify me when empty, right? You can do 50% too, but I won't pay attention to that. Notify when empty. Now when this one goes empty, this one's still full. So they feed this way. And it just gives me a bigger notification. I actually do that in workers and resources sometimes too. You can chain 2 coal storages together with one of the powered towers between them. Because it only has notify when empty. Notify when 50% actually does exactly what I want. I don't really need the 2. Anyways, I'm gonna build 2. I like having lots of water. That, and he should have his own little emergency storage, I think. This should never come on unless something's wrong. So I believe, yeah, they take more power to run than they consume. So why would I ever want that to come on? Keep the power from completely collapsing, but it wouldn't. Wouldn't it be harmful? Wouldn't it be harmful? I don't know. All right, I need a glass of water. Gonna be 1 second while they build this nuclear plant. I'm not building that. You want to ride a truck? Need 400 purple parts, and I assume something else I placed also needs purple parts. Yeah, I'm gonna run and grab a glass of water. Here's a tour. Nice little tour train. Alright, he took you for a lap, did he? We're back down to being out of parts again. Although the maintenance isn't collapsing this time, which is nice. None of this should be paused either, actually. I do need this build. See, he can't find anywhere to dump. Is the same as with this, how it's terribly designed. The only, like, this is how many trucks have assigned themselves to this. So this can only hold 6 trucks and no one else will assign themselves. He can't reach any other tiles yet. He's like, there's literally nowhere I can put dirt. There you go. Because this tile is already assigned to another truck. Once they get out and they're, you know what I mean? There's like 10 tiles to pick from, they're fine. And I've already built this road here. Can't let it flow back this way. That's so they can get in and build the whole thing. So they can drive around the edge. And then we're up another level. This is dirt for some reason. It really ties up my trucks. It's really bad. I should have let you ride this. Maddening. Halfway done. That's not bad. Faster? We'll speed it up. The fuel's going up. I could build some new trucks. Wait, didn't we just... Mega vehicles right now. And we've had the research paused. All day so far. Not paused, but... We could have been at double rate. Yeah, I think I'm going to build a mega vehicle if we can. Alert, has low supply of water, see? That's the kind of answer we need. Iron mine, nowhere to dump. That's because the dirt is tied up for a second. That was weird. See, there's only 3 tiles available. Highlighted ones. Look at this cheeky guy. He's figured out a workaround. Someone's assigned themselves to here. It's kind of funny, actually. So inefficient. It's gonna be worth it though when the train gets up here to the top, you know? This isn't right. Okay, yeah, I'm not waiting for them to drive 30 laps to do that. Pick it up. Pick it up. That's sketchy. That'll be fine though. And they don't go up till here. I actually don't even need this road to start until right here. Ridiculous? Useless? Probably. Exactly halfway done. Now we only have one one purple power plant. I did just move the road over, so we have space here now. Not much. There is space. Double production. 4 of these? 3 of these. And we're out of yellow parts, actually. Out of all parts. Now we have a big warehouse of these. This will be able to cook on boost for a while. I was thinking about building another big water field here, just for now. Backup water for this. I need to store some of that brine too, so I can have a notification for when it's empty. That's for the salt, which I don't really care about. I don't actually even need to break this, do I? I never do that, but you could have the pipe bypass it. And have it like that. That's the same thing. But then when I delete one of them and wonder why it's not disconnected later, I'll have no idea what's happening. I know this looks big, but we're going to use it to treat the toxic slurry, which is currently our biggest source of pollution. I think. Looks like it. Probably not good for them. At the very least, it's not good for them. Now, I don't have the steam on down here yet. Ooh, look at the number go up. Looks like we're barely using power now. These aren't even on without me kicking some power. Or salt doesn't get any storage. See, I think I should. I think the salt should run off the tank too. Or at the very least have their own little tank. Just for surges. Why do I like buffers so much? And after all that, I didn't even do what I wanted to. Brine. Okay. Buffers on the salt that is trucked somewhere else. Buffer, big buffer on the brine for the pollution treatment. And then if both of those back up, it can fall over the edge. Here, through all 3 of these, actually. Not enough housing, and I left the beacon on too long. I actually don't have my new housing planned very well. I need them to have a new path so I can get this limestone. Please exit over there. Yeah, I'm gonna mine this out. I also haven't upgraded at all. I also didn't know you were supposed to have these next to all the houses. That's why I haven't upgraded these yet, because I need to put a new one. But I want a train to come in by the village and drop their food off. There's a lot going on here. These use so many parts too. Red parts, but I guess we're almost done with the parts for a minute. It's just the purple parts. And they made almost another 100. So 66% of the way done. And then we can redo the iron, which this guy should have been flattening for us. Look at that. Boom. I love it when you come back to something and they're like, yeah, man, we did it. We flattened it for you. Thanks, dude. There is, I just noticed, an ad in progress. I meant to say this exactly a minute ago. There's one ad break an hour, so there won't be an ad for another hour. When I snuck away 10 minutes ago, I put a kettle on. I'm going to be back in 2 minutes. Just going to grab a tea. I have a message that says 5 minutes. But I won't be 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Watch this. First for everything. Turned it off all on my own. Society hasn't collapsed today. We're probably almost in time for the grand opening of the nuclear facilities. Right? I know, we're right on the ball today. I don't know what's happening. So, it used to be, and still is, that there are contracts. And you can establish contracts with people. For instance, these people would take sulfur for coal, iron for copper, meat for vegetables. And eventually you balance your resources around contracts based on unity, so you have to provide better stuff to your people. There are contracts. And then there's the world mines, which do last a long time, but mine are running out. Like, this only has 300 years left at the rate we're cooking it at. Right? There's still more. I haven't got them all yet. But now that they've added more late game, you can grab asteroids from space and smash new deposits into the Earth. Apparently. I haven't got there yet. But I've seen the result. I've seen the result. Okay, everybody's angry. Out of coal. Copper mine has nothing to be mined. Good job. Still missed a bit. Doesn't show up on the layer map, but you missed a bit there. Oh yeah, that'll be a good one. Here, let's hit this. Ignore all other notifications for a minute. Watch cover. But there are a bunch of different ways to extend your resources. And then, for instance, different recipes for everything, right? So right now I'm making rubber with oil, but if I started running out of oil, I might start making rubber with something else. So you start moving your production to the chains that use less, and there's recycling, right? My whole colony, all the people produce recycling. I can start pulling metal out of there. You start to get desperate. Yeah, it gets ugly. I should be using recycling. It actually cuts down your metal use insanely. But yeah, you start transitioning. Like, for instance, right now I'm transitioning off coal for power, right? That's what we're currently doing. So eventually, and I'm using coal to make rubber, so I could, you know, I could change my rubber recipe. Right, to sulfur, because I have a bit too much sulfur. And then ethanol, because that's a byproduct of corn, which only needs water, which only needs power, which can run on uranium. And now all of a sudden, my rubber is not consuming coal or diesel, and neither is my power, and now you've moved off coal, and yeah, you end up shuffling everything around. But most buildings can take all the recipes, so it's not as like daunting as it sounds, but it is stressful when it happens, because you don't ever want it to happen. Once you have something built, you're not like, hey, you know what I'm looking forward to is running out of coal and redoing my whole rubber factory to have the same output. Low food supply. They're all fine. Fertility's fine. I did stop growing a lot of foods. I can just add food. I'm out of vegetables. And low on fruit. Okay. Are we full of potatoes? Yes. So I'm going to switch potato to a vegetable here. And you can only grow fruit in these. That's right. I think if we had more vegetables, the fruit would fill back up. This is the food. New vegetables. That's fruit. I guess the fruit's almost full. Sometimes one gets by. You know what? If I upgraded this, that probably wouldn't happen. Because then this little piece of belt could always hold everything. and nothing would get by it. Because that sorter can hold. Sorters scale up with the belts that go into them or out of them. That would work for everything. Except the ones we can't click. Is the exact same thing as that under here. I kind of wish I'd built these over further, but it looks so clean like this. I can't undo it because it would look dirtier, but you'd be able to see it and it would make a lot more sense. I got them all. But it's just the same thing. It's trying to force them onto this belt. Or this belt, for instance. Or this belt. There's nothing there yet, though. And then this just grabs the vegetables and forces them into there. And anything that's not a vegetable goes by. So this is grabbing all the fruit. There's no fruit on it right now. So this is full, right? Sugar cane's full. I haven't set that up. Yeah. Oh. Okay, no. It just has a buffer. Yeah. So the sugar cane's full, so all the sugar cane goes by. Everything gets forced over here. It gets to this one. I push it back onto there with this. So it goes onto our new fast belt. And then potatoes go in. Everything else will go by. It actually works pretty good. Now, the odd things slip by, but everything that slips by just gets turned into gasoline, so... And that gets put into our world piping system. Which is the best part of the map, actually, so far. Nuclear. Now, this outputs depleted steam, which we recapture with these, but there's actually not enough space. There's actually not enough space. 96 and 96. Whatever. And ambiguous. Actually, don't know. Is it 32 per 60? It's usually per 60. Ambiguous output of the nuclear plant. I'm overkilling the water reprocessing, even though there's a blow-off valve. Blow-off valve. Yo. Okay, so then this is going to shoot out the steam if we don't turn it back into water, which is what these do. These turn steam back into water. Which just means this has to run less. This little power-hungry guy we're building. Now, I could run this off something else. I could actually just take steam from here, too. Which I might end up doing and leaving this as a backup. But I think the nuclear plant's going to make enough power that I don't mind running an electric boiler for now. To make the water for it. Because it's gonna, the electric boiler is gonna use 5 of the megawatts. We're gonna make 60, so it's gonna use 1/12 of power. What I forget? You always forget something. Output. That doesn't look right. Something's missing. Okay. This would actually look cleaner if I had no pipes going over it. Don't connect anything for a second. But depleted steam, yes. Okay, and take it from the nuclear plant's cooling system first, just in case. Just we're physically, if everything was running, it doesn't make enough to fill all three. But what if one breaks down? You know, we've had that happen. So take it from the nuclear plant first. What is this? Why is this here? This is the water that comes out of those. I should mark these things. So it's not 100% efficient. Use this recycled water first. This whole thing, if it backs up, just shoots the steam out here. This can handle like 900, right? And these handle 90? Yeah, so this thing's fine. That can handle whatever the pipe can throw at it. This is just to make the water more efficient. And it has its own storage. So that's what I said. I wanted it. This is what confused me. It's just in two different places, side by side, and there's no need for it. No, because I wanted this one to be able to drain first, but into the tanks. But have a buffer. That's right. Still doesn't go here. You there, notify me if full. Don't want to block my view of the uranium. Cryo in the recycled water. That's the water from everywhere else. Then put it in there. And then this is just a buffer for these, so they can all output at once. And it should never fill up. Just tell me if it does. And even if it does, nothing will back up. Because it's a nuclear plant, and that kills everyone. I think nothing will back up. I don't know. They'll be alright. Everyone will be fine. Coal mine. Nowhere to dump. Are they full of coal? Oh yeah, it's over here. Notify if cannot dump. No, he's notifying me about rock or stone. Rocks can be dumped here. Or dirt, I mean, and dirt can be dumped here. I wonder if their pathfinding's just actually starting to take a hit trying to get up here. Oh yeah, we're running out of stuff. Maintenance is falling. Shit. I'm trying to get this last scrap. I pulled this guy off the iron, didn't I? Yeah, and this ran out. I gotta put him back. He did a good job, actually. He did enough. We need some more iron for a second. This isn't Soviet. No, it isn't. Survivalist island? I don't know. I don't know if they're going to survive for a second. I don't know why they can't dump rocks. Rocks, dirt, and ore. They're full of something. We're really full of rocks. Yeah, we're over full of rocks. It's not that there's nowhere to dump. Not enough trucks dumping. I did just unlock giant vehicles. I don't see it though. Vehicle Depot 3, purple parts. Okay, well wait 1 second on that, because I'm not making Vehicle Depot 3 parts. I mean, you can tell me what went wrong. I can't really watch it right now. But the games have similar buttons. If you're playing Workers and Resources, I could try and help. Don't mind trying to help. Not enough maintenance 1. Although I'm losing this game, so I don't know if I'm the right person to get advice from all the time. Because I'm running everything way too hard. But it's just going to be one part we're out of. Let's find out. I see electronics. I don't see these little metal boys. Your belt of metal isn't full. Can of iron isn't full. See? There. Easy solution. I already solved this one. My people are usually around 69 to 71% happy. Like if you just have basic stuff, no radio, just booze and food. On hard, that seems about right. The quality of the house matters. So if the houses are in disrepair too, that doesn't help. Or if you build the low quality houses, they won't be able to be as happy as someone in a better one. So the actual repair percent and the happiness. So if you had an earthquake recently and you're building a lot of stuff, for instance, they won't have a chance to repair. And if your buildings are all in disrepair, there's a button here, list of buildings. And you can open up the list. And then there's a little button here that says show wear and tear. And then you can sort your buildings by wear and tear. And if any of them are showing up red, they could be unhappy because of that too. Like this. We're unhappy with maintenance. No, so it's these little iron parts. We need metal. I reassigned the depot that was just... He was just trying to finish this. I am trying to get my rail through here. But, again, they're coming down here. He's going to throw a lot of iron in here. Fix the world. One of these comes out of a metal factory. This one, and is paused. And now we have the emergency maintenance on. Redundancies, right? So that'll tide us over till that iron thing fixes. That's what I'm talking about having the two waters and marking one 50% full. It's kind of the same idea. This only gives us like 5 minutes. But that's all I need. 5 minutes for these guys to get here. I also have a workers and resources question. How far distance a water well from the pump? Excuse me. I have no idea. Even the pumps affect each other's quality, I think. They have, like, kind of a radius they show sometimes. But yeah, it's like the more buildings around it, the less it becomes. I wouldn't even worry about that. I just put my 3 little pumps. Yeah, it does have green dots around it. I just usually put 3 pumps and the power and the thing right side by side, and that's it. I'll run power lines through it later. Mine's down to 93% on my current playthrough. Last time I checked. But it's surrounded in fields and rails and stuff. I don't think everything counts. I don't think everything counts. Tick, 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 tick. See, emergency maintenance kicked in. Iron train getting here. Empty iron train getting here. Only buildings, yeah, because I have a lot of rails around mine. We are starting to cook through the iron a bit, though. See, this is a bad part of this deposit. There's a lot of rocks. I've even dumped rocks there after I dug it out the first time. But as long as he's working down there, let's get the rocky part. If you're making chemicals, just use them. They're getting expensive. Dump them into your factories. My game with the highest inflation was one of my first cities that survived. I didn't know that lake water was worse to use than regular water. Yeah, I ended up using, oh man, 77% quality, I think it is, water the entire game. Truck is struggling to find destination. I think he actually just got himself stuck. Low supply of coal down here. So they're currently doing rocks, apparently. Is there any coal even left there? Not enough to worry about. Oh, but we dug our new path. Sweet. Go get some coal. Research lab has not enough unity. Oh, I ran out of unity. What happened there? Cracking unit still boosted? That's incorrect. So we found something burning it. Research lab 3 has not enough unity. Now I did crank up, I can't even remember what it was. Turned on something I've never used before. Solar panel. That should fix it. Does it update real time if you place buildings around it after it's built? I know the power substations do. I've never worried about it that much. It's delayed. If you really want to check it that much, just save, settings, realistic off, insta build, delete it, move it an inch instantly. You can check anything in like 2 minutes by flipping realistic off. And then load. Depending on your load times. That's usually the longest part, actually, is reloading it. Low supply of water. It's a pain, but I've done it a lot of times for learning things. Like if you're building a tram line, for instance, it's best to learn how trams work before you put it all through your city and realize that's not how they work. No. No, that's what they get to normally. You can click on all the houses. They'll all tell you why they're not happy. Oil Rig 4 has not enough Unity. What happened to my Unity all of a sudden? I bet you the furniture died again. Furniture died. But not due to steel for once? What are you missing? Glass. I did turn that off. I did turn it off. I am guilty. Yeah, my bad. So I turned that off because all the workers died at the end of last stream due to a crisis. They're alive again. Everything else, they will search, they will do like sport. Eventually they'll just forget about it. There's an overlay here that shows religion of like houses, and eventually they'll forget what religion they worship. But yeah, they'll go to a play, for instance, they'll go to the theater, they'll do sports. And if they can't find something, like my British Isles playthrough, I didn't give them alcohol. And eventually they stopped going to look for it. Because if you go to look for alcohol for the first 30 years of your life, once your knees get weak, you don't walk to the bus stop anymore, I guess. If you've never ever found it, it wasn't available on the whole map. They were pretty unhappy, actually. That was an unhappy republic. Not enough unity, not enough maintenance. That was a pitiful amount of iron. Hey, where are you going? Someone must have got iron and sand at some point. Whatever he was just doing was incorrect. And a waste of time. There you go. Although this bypasses the grinder. Shouldn't matter. Doesn't even have to, actually. Out of Unity, that's right. Tourists can spend money in any building. When you're highlighting a building, it has a little symbol of like how many people can go to it. That guy is holding a little hat. Tourists can visit that building as well. It won't have like two guys. Like the regular guy will have a tiny little hat like at his waist or something. It's kind of hard to see if you're not looking for it. But they'll tell you what buildings tourists can interact with. If the comrade changes into a comrade with sombrero. I don't even know what kind of hat it's supposed to be. Alright, there we go. The grinder's running most of this, actually. The maintenance is going back up. Conrad with sombrero. This died yesterday too. That's why I flattened that whole area. I think we're gonna turn this into arc furnaces. The power's lying. We're still like completely peaked out because I haven't turned on the nuclear yet. I don't want to turn on the nuclear if we can't even maintain regular. It's one belt away from turning on. Okay, yeah, that's balanced. It's just constantly running out. Someone's trying to get here. That's what that X means. It means something's happening. I just blocked it. So I guess people were dropping raw iron here before. What's wrong with this one? Yeah. There you go. Bring it here. That's the one we want. No, it's not actually. Like, they're down here. They're dropping it here. All I know about tourists is they make a ton of garbage. Put down more garbages than you think you need if you're building a tourism block. 4 times as many. No, actually though, use big garbages. Not like the big ones, but like stand for small big. 2 of them. Actually haven't built the train stop for the new place yet. They're close. I wanted the rail to be straight. So this rail is going to come like this, straight down here. And then copper loading right here. Copper gets dropped right there by train. And this is going to come over like this. I should probably flatten here. And then iron loading. Don't know what to do with that tile. I actually haven't dealt with waste that much. Definitely not bio waste. Did it in one of my first games. Low food supply. See, I think they're lying, man. The fruits and veggies are kind of low. So I still have 1 free crop I can plant in each one, which just means I need more to use more fertilizer. They're all up to 3 crops. You grow fruit now that you're indoor. Oh, I have greenhouse. I can upgrade this again. Fruit and wheat. And veggies. That's a lot of parts. I think I just shut off those 3 too, which probably won't help. Not enough unity. I think if I was going to make my own like fertilizer like that, I saw a modded dump that's meant for it. That's like actually like the size of a farm field, like almost exactly. And it holds like 10,000 tons. Look pretty cool actually for making fertilizer. So you didn't have to shuffle it around all the time. I know I've done it with waste, and I've done it with ash too. The ash spreader. There's one on the mod shop that just holds like 1,000,000,000 tons too. So you can spread ash if you're burning that much, because I have burnt that much garbage in that game. This game, there's no ash. Actually, I had to build this. This backed up for a bit. You should tell me if you're full. Yeah. It's backed up for a minute. Sketchy. You want a new truck? There you go. I did unlock the big trucks, but I just upgraded those farms. Shoot. I don't know why I keep saying they want to upgrade to hydrogen trucks. I don't really want them to upgrade to hydrogen trucks. I'm allowed 230, and they've been busy for a while. Get 6 more regulars. The fuel's doing wicked, so I think I can get bigger ones. Parts, not so much. The Unity, though? Come on, man. Get your shit together. Hit up a little bit. Technically, it's an even input and output, so it's fine, but it's sending me a notification because it's empty. And where this makes, well, normally 196, and the 4 of these consume 196, it's always going to be empty. Whereas if I fill it past a certain point, it should always be past that point, as long as there's a constant input. And I'm not even boosting it now. Out of housing. The beacon is off, right? Yes. Low food supply. Give it up. Actually got the 100 parts there. It's the glass that's hurting it. That's sand. And that's just busy trucks. I think I got too much dirt when I did this. I think it tied up too many people for too long. They still haven't recovered. The stone shouldn't be hard. The slag's right here beside where we make all of it. Unless that's what they wanted. Is that what they wanted? Just more physical spots to dump slag? No. No one's swarming there. Maybe they just found the rocks? I don't know. Everything went away. Oh, there we go. Low water. So I'm waiting till this goes away to turn on the nuclear plant, the low water thing. Now, it won't. Because I'm planning on running it off this. Man, I don't know if that's great. Oh, power. Yeah, shit. We're that close to being low power. That's insane. This kind of, you know, nothing sketchy going on here at all. They drive here. Give that a quick shot. I think I can just put the pipe across. I could do this too, actually. Yeah, these actually like to have a buffer as well. When stuff is full. I wouldn't want to use this first. So I need to use the reprocessed water first. This is just for when it rains. They're really driving there. Might as well just let them. Yeah, not Pryode, but it should be Pryode over this one. This is water I have to pay for, but it also makes the brine, and I want it to make the brine. So I actually don't know how that works yet, but having the two Pryodes won't hurt anything. Checking your Unity before you spend 0.1. We had it, don't worry. Can almost do it 3 times, we're set. Okay, so this water costs power. I want to use this water first. It comes from the sky. You know what? I thought they were building. They're like gray, but it's like graying out the blue. I don't know. Some sort of midpoint. There's a tiny bit of free water. I mean, probably not how you're supposed to supply a nuclear plant. Easy to delete though. This isn't workers. You can just delete stuff. That'll help this fill faster because I actually can't run this right now. I'm thinking about running different steam down here. Now the thing is, if I accidentally take too much steam out of here, which somehow I haven't yet, this turns on. Which is the same exact building on the other end. Like I could just be moving it to here, but then I don't have this left as an emergency. And this, if this turns on as an emergency, it's keeping the diesel running. Whereas the other one I have down there will be keeping the power running. And I'd actually need 2. I would need 2 for it to work. Even more. I thought it made 48. I need like 10. That's why they're not efficient. I thought it made 48. No, it makes 12? That's awful. 24? Why is this one better than that one? Yes. New tech. Consumption. Electric boiler. There's 2 of them on, actually. This one uses 9. This one's a like upgraded one. 15%. 17% of our entire power is this. Ooh. Treating some wastewater, so that'll stop it from going over the edge. And then the health will go up. This will go down. Now, I had a storage. We've been storing it up. I've been dumping the excess because these have been running for hours, right? This is... I don't think this can sustain the nuclear factory. We will have to turn these on at some point. Here, tell me if you're empty. What if I have empty? What is your purpose? Salt. Okay. And there's the salt. Yeah, this thing's pitiful. Now this does need water input. Like, this is the... No, this is the external input. This doesn't work. This doesn't work. The whole setup doesn't work. Shit. These use 12 steam each. I would need 4 of these to run this. I don't need all this water. I just wanted a surplus. They're gonna turn on and off. See the power? Shit. I should have let it finish that one. I need 4 of those. Forgot the flywheels too. My road. It ended up being long. I was just thinking about making it longer. That makes such a long path around. You could go to here, actually. That'd be fine. Well, there's nothing over here. This is the more major path. Although that one goes up. This one will probably go up too. I did forget the flywheels, and they're actually important. I don't know how many we need. I'm thinking I'm gonna build a second one. Gonna build a second one, and 2 more, 2 more. Hold that thought. And use the other 48 steam to run the water. The water's not constant, man, that's weird. Is one of these always off? All 4 are on right there. If all 4 are on and we draw more, the electric one comes on. See, they're waiting for space for steam. Not waiting for fuels. What is up, buddy? Coal mine has nothing to be mined. That actually is bad. It's a lot of rocks. I do want rocks though, and coal's kind of getting ahead of things. Oh, let's check. No, they're empty. I think they'll be fine. They went for the coal first. That's pure. Look at that. So we're actually moving off coal too. So once I turn on the nuclear plant, this will stop drawing. This is the train's first stop. They even have a private line. Look, free up on that side. And he stops there, and then he brings it on down. All the other stuff. Here, here. Goes everywhere from there. I think I might build another gas boiler. Where? Come on, the terrain wasn't smooth there. What color is naphtha? Wow, first try. Where are you going? Out. And right off a tank. But there's a balancer behind the tank? Yeah. Collision with pillar. Upgrade the water pipe. We just do that anyways. Take it right off here and prio it? Nope, there is one prio out. It goes to the fuel. Spaghetti noise intensifies. It does though. It's a massive pipe. What am I doing? Kinda want this one prioed too, I think. I have an idea here. So that's gonna be the water. Right off the wall, but that's my last water splitter spot. Where do you go? What do you power? My fertilizer and stuff. Ah, that's actually a pretty important one. Okay, so this makes, if I give it naphtha, makes exhaust. What do you hold? Carbon dioxide. Couldn't have been that easy, could it? What do you hold? Exhaust. Fantastic. So the exhaust goes there. Convenient. Not there. And then the naphtha, which was this one. It's an elbow right there. It goes there. And then this is a steam pipe, right? Yes. Oh, I'd want to prio it though. I'd want to prio this one. So I'm just gonna jack steam from here then and bring it down there. But I'm just thinking if I mix it in evenly here, it's actually only gonna add 24 steam into the system because it'll evenly take from the other side. Which could draw 24 steam out of the other one, which could force the electric one on. So I'd want to redo this intersection. Pile this new one first. It's gonna disappear, isn't it? Okay, good, no. What? I'm searching. Thank you. I purposely typed so I wouldn't have to look through the menu. Yeah, I don't think I can fit one of these here without getting an error. Ooh, right there. Should actually put it up one. There. Oh, this is sketchy. You go into there. You into there. Into there. Priority in from the new one. Just running off naphtha, which I have been flaring to the sky forever, which is probably going to die when I start using the plastic. But by the time I'm using the plastic, we're going to be building like the AI computer things, I think, and they use a lot more power than that little electric boiler. But electric boilers suck. You don't want to use them if you can avoid it. So we have enough Unity to build this. I don't know if we have enough parts though. And I've never done the math. I actually haven't. So we very well could have like too many boilers. I'm not adding all that up at this point. They all consume different amounts. Some of them have multiple recipes that can run randomly. That probably consume different amounts of things. Like, there's too many variables, you know? 2? I'm not adding 2 to anything. Sour water's good though. I have one of them paused too. So we still have like 30% more treatment. The ammonia, everything there seems to be good. Water reclamation, I didn't expect to see them all at once. Okay, but there's a vent, so. Waiting for rock. Rock. So how have we made this? They brought it all here with truck up until this point. Fantastic. Is that where we want it? It's kind of too late. Gotta put it right here. This is a nice road. They can bring rocks here for now. They're bringing them all here anyways. This is just where rocks go. So for a rare 10 seconds, my trucks say they're not busy. So So I'm going to get them ahead of the game here for a sec. If you're not busy, empty this. I can keep it emptier, actually. Look at this more wiggle room, because I'm not using those rocks. I should get them to empty the dirts, because that's what takes the most time. They built the wall. Dirt mountain continues, because that takes them a lot of time. Iron mine has nothing to mine. Terra 2 has nothing to mine. Terraforming has nothing to mine. 3 at once. See, that is kind of important. It caused a cave in. Fix it. This is actually almost cleared out. I'm gonna carve this out in a minute. They can still get out there for now. That. What are these holes you're digging? This is where you get the resources. This was an iron deposit. Was. So that's the resources in this game. They're physically picking up different things. And then the trucks get the iron, bring it to sorters. And then you sort it out, and then you smelt the iron. And once it's gone, it's gone. Or this hole. This hole is for my pipeline, which as of yet hasn't been nearly as useful as the time investment we put into it. Oh yeah, every factory game, I think the goal is to destroy the island. This is a nice little scar down the center of it. You want to see insanity? We got a few pipes, a few different liquids running back and forth. They're all color coded, so it's easy to tell where they go, right? Actually, though, that's a pretty recent patch, and before they weren't color-coded, it was not easy to tell what was happening. It was such a good quality of life patch. Especially because I have some sushi pipes, right, that change color depending on what's in them. No, they can't. They can't get there anymore. For a long time, actually. Terraforming has nothing to mine. Where do you live? Finish the new iron. It's full. We are going to want to put a train station here. So, actually, you're a really powerful depot. Let's just... I also want rocks too. It's not like we don't want rocks. Build room for a factory. That's better. Looks very industrial. It's called Captain of Industry. It's in the title. Industrial. Yeah, definitely is. It's kind of neat. The terrain actually like moves, and they all have different rates they can stack at. Different rates they'll collapse at. Like this still formed rock can stand more vertically than the collapsed rock. You build walls to keep it up more. It's a cool concept. Actual physical terrain. I was hoping for a good collapse, but you never know. He's got a decent pile there to dig. Society's not letting me leave the UI. What do you want? He finished digging this. It looks like we kind of missed one piece. Do that too. But yeah, you could go like 500 tiles up if you want. The world must be flattened, it's true. That's what it should be called, flatten of industry. Flatten for industry. Ah, they're going to the no fun side first. This one's not going to collapse. I wanted them to hit there. I can make them. I'd have to click like 8 more times. I'd build the train line down there right now, but we're struggling with everything, and it's just gonna take more. How am I out of wood? I'm out of trees? I've never actually hooked this up to anything. I was surprised it lasted as long as it did. Oh no, I have trees over here. I should get someone to fill this one up. Then they'll empty that one. There'll be more room for trees. Oh, I think I can upgrade this probably. No vehicle selected for replacement. Oh no, I can just swap it to hydrogen power. Yeah, there's different fuels. Oh yeah, for sure. This is a giant map. There's tiny maps. You can, I forget who it was, but somebody started on this island. Not that one. There's one island that has a tiny bit of each resource. Yeah, you can start on this island if you want a challenge. Iron, copper, oil, water, sand. It has every resource. You could run out in year 100 before you were even able to make a bridge, because you'd have to plan it to get enough material out of here. But there's way smaller maps. There's bigger maps too. One bigger map, I think. Low supply of water. Oh no, that's looking pretty good there. How's my new steam generator? And see, he's piled in, so now it's not taking steam out of here. I think. Yeah. And it's not running 24/7. Okay, now, next step. Where's that switch? Yeah, I've gotten my pipes tangly though. I really should build things further apart. Your pipe goes here, then goes into there. Also comes down here. Going into these. These use 2. I think I can steal from something that uses 2. I was thinking about running a new pipe for it as well. Straight from the distributor. I think I'm probably still going to do that. Don't want to do it over the hole though. I am running out of spots here. It's starting to get cranky. Not really though. This game's really good about letting you put your pipes places. It's all right. And this is going to run these water purifiers instead of that. Balancer. Nothing fit there anyways, I don't think. I mean, actually. Sure. Didn't mean to place it up there, I was trying to place it on the ground. It's hitting the wall in the ocean anyways. So now this piles in that one. And that's it. That's the steam. That was going to take him a minute. This is going to speed everything up. That's a lot of steam. It should kick on the electric. I didn't think about that. That's like building a storage, right? I just drew 300 steam out of this pipe at once. Quick too, because it's a bigger pipe than most things. I'd be impressed if this doesn't turn on. I keep pausing just so I can get views of things. You can see, so these light up when they're on. You can see they're all cooking now. There, the electric boiler just came on. But that's because this pipe is huge. Has to be. Now they've got to fill all the other pipes. This is on the end. We just drained all of the steam, all of it. Wouldn't be surprised if there was like ripple in fuel production at the end of this month. We could also probably see visually should be 12 white stacks of smoke. Yeah, they're all going. There's one over there. It shouldn't be flaring, I don't think. Didn't take any more steam out of the system. This wasn't doing it. We just took a lot out in one pipe. I think we're good. Unless we're actually low on fuel. This one did not turn back off. Hydration. Waiting for product. Yeah. Could throw more product in. Oh, I'm draining the naphtha, actually. So that one's gonna shut off. I might have used too much steam. Now, those electric ones will be able to run. It's inefficient. But I've never been the most efficient. This shouldn't run once it's on. Oh, it had a pipe to fill. Oh, you should stop. Any bit of brine filled up, so that's going to process the waste. Everything there's good. Depleted uranium. Did we do it? Did we turn it on? We have the water now. That's all it takes. It's water. I've not produced much fuel for it. Well, that doesn't seem right. Hasn't been producing because it has nowhere to put it. I thought it was going to fill the belt, but it doesn't. It's just like there's nowhere to put it past here. Not connected. It's not connected down here. How much of this do you store? Really? One for each plant? Make it look nice. Uranium rods? Does that seem... We have a massive factory. I mean, that's probably smaller than what I should do. That's it. Didn't place the flywheels yet either. Because I was going to build a second nuclear plant for that extra steam. I think we still might at some point. So I can use the prio to actually make it work. Enough flywheels. I don't know how many you need. 8? Sorry, duders. That actually is making them drive around a lot more. Do we trust it? Oh, it can do triple. I've been setting it up for level 1. What do you mean? Oh man, we could make so much power with this thing. Oh, it's just like on now. That didn't take long. Fire it up. Yeah, apparently it can run up to triple already, and I know it gets better. So we wouldn't even have to build another one. I can just turn the switch up and copy paste this whole power station. That's amazing. Now, I want to use this power over other stuff. My solar's set to 1. Four sounds reasonable for those high pressures, and then these low pressures can also be 4. I didn't put a blow off for the low pressure here, which I almost always do. Just in case. It should be 1-to-1. You know what I'm saying? Power generator large. Not specific enough. Nine. 9, 10. Okay, 10. I see. 10, yes. So what the hell did I change? General priority for workers, electricity. Okay, that's the same thing though. That's burning garbage, that one down there. You should all be spitting now. Right? These are all on priority. Oh, shit. Power priority 6. Okay, what are the other ones? I've been looking at the wrong... There's friggin' so many drop downs with numbers here. These are on 5. So I want them to come on after these ones. So let's go with 4. Well, there's multiple over there. Maybe we could check them all. 5. The other 2 are paused. I want that to turn off, which means these have to be on 4. What do we think? The water's full too. There's no way to blow off water. Means the brine could stop. You should tell me if you're empty. Which isn't bad. I can just put a blow off on the water on one of the brine pumps and have one of them run constantly. You can just do that. And this holds the spent fuel. I mean, what else to do with this? Bad spot for the belt. Notify if full. 75% full. We could just turn this up. It's exactly double. So, glass factory. Pause. Actual glass factory with arc furnaces. Build. What's the ratio here? 120? You used 30, so I still only need the one of those. This is all set up. New arc furnaces. Sick. Probably upgrade these two actually and get rid of the waste. Apparently not. Because that just uses power, and I have power now. Why is my diesel on? What's going on? This shouldn't be like intermittent. Missing input. Oh, I used 4 of them after. 48. 96. I used 4 of them. Okay, sweet. Hey. Even better, actually. Give me a second here. Power is flickering. That's my bad. We set it up for tier 2. Accident. We're the best. %. Working. Throughput, 100%. Still tick a little. No, no, there we go. There we go. Hit it. Yeah. Nuclear. So we're a nuclear solar society now. It might actually be a different shape. It was almost 25%. I wanted it to say 25%. I have all that built. I just haven't been wanting to use the parts because society's been collapsing, but I'm going to spend a bit. They're only 10 purple parts each, which is only like 12 red parts, which is only 24 yellow parts, which is only 48 white parts. So they're only like 480 white parts each, actually. Probably shouldn't do the math like that. Only 10 purple parts each. It's up quick, doesn't it? fuel stations for trucks, you know, bringing it around by train. The end of the known world. I'm out of wood still. Nuclear. Low supply of iron. That leads to that quickly. Not spinning, so we're not burning coal over here now. Give it a second. I think we burn a bit to maintain these. It does tick down, so they will burn a bit to maintain the flywheels, actually. Now, do we want to pause the whole thing, or are we good with that? Because that lets us boot it up instantly, or that'll let it kick on instantly, actually, and that's our most efficient form. This is decent. That is decent. Especially because we can still turn it up more. And double it. Right, we're currently working on doubling it. Now, let's go back through and look at the numbers, because we are consuming 1 right now. This is making 2. Okay, that seems good so far. These are making 0.5. He is consuming 2. So we do need all 4 of these. They're consuming 3 and 1. 3 this. This makes 6. 1. And this makes 12. So that was overkill. These are all these ones, and those are all those. They look nice, right? You know, what are you gonna do? Sometimes it just fits. So that's enough to run a terawatt, which you need eventually. Once you get the AI and you start supercooling them and shit. I don't know if it's AI. I think this game's slightly older than that. It's probably processing power or something. If they were to introduce the feature today, it would probably be called AI. Acid. Man, I have hooked that acid into so many things. I don't even know where it comes from. Here? This is it. It's the acid. Notify if empty. Just stop commenting on things that work perfectly. They always break like immediately afterwards. Like my sushi fertilizer pipe. Currently drinking this. It drinks this if it can. Out of that. Which means food still isn't great. Wheat is low, corn is low. Fruit is low, and we're out of vegetables. How much more water do greenhouses use? 36. 36? 43 for the double upgraded one. Fruit, don't need more canola. Fruit and vegetables. And what? Corn. I have slightly more parts than I have. Food. Beautiful. So they all just get pushed into their own buckets, and anything that doesn't have room just kind of goes on by. Now, it looks like we ate it all. So that's what I mean. We were out of organic fertilizer, which basically comes in the compost that gets made here by any excess food. Apparently we are full. That's animal feed. That comes from back here. I'm making corn mash and nothing else. Cooking oil, but we're not using it yet. Why not? Because needed eggs. I still don't have meat. No, actually, we just had new salt, and I'm bringing plastic here by train. Medical supplies. Make snacks really easily. Copper mine has nothing to mine. Are we full of copper? I am. I think... See, I missed a bit. We're gonna hit the rocks now. See, I wanted the train to be kind of here, though. Like, right here, I think. I hate missing just a little bit, though. Just take it out like this. I was thinking I'm going to go down one deeper right now, but to go down one deeper, I have to go back one further. It's 2. That's good. I'll leave that path over there for now. I don't need to scrape out that. Maybe I should have put it right to one side. Then the train station could be here still. Try that out. They'll get rocks for a minute, but the copper's it's full. And overkill. I mean, it's just ready to go. The copper I've redone, see? And it's even still old tech now. This is tier 2. I want to redo the metal in tier 4. Gonna make sure this all works for a second. This is filling up quicker than I wanted to. feel like we're gonna need more of this. So we're already using this part of it. That's the expensive part. 4 megawatts each too. It uses a lot of its own power. I should lay that out now so that I don't accidentally block it off. See what I mean? Oh, the road got further out now. That doesn't block it yet, though. How many people do we have? 400? I could build this now. Because I'm currently not using all the power we just started making. Last factory I built might actually use a bit of it. So I could use the extra power now to make this. Because it took me so long to build this, I've stocked up 2,500 tons of the precursors. We almost processed through the whole toxic slurry with one of these. We have it set up for 4. This whole can was full. We were even dumping it in the ocean. This was up at 10 something. Look at that. Boom. I know what that is. That's my own laziness. It's literally just this rubber factory that doesn't kick on that often. And all I have to do, but I don't want to do it because it's so pretty. I just have to click here and click there. And there's nothing being dumped anymore. I think I'd have to build a second one of these, and then I'm going to build a second one, and I don't want to process my waste right beside my city. I should do this somewhere else. It runs on filter media. Just put them somewhere. Right here. I should do it right here. The waste is already in the world pipe. So I can pull it out right here. Where do you go? Right there. Only 3 bridges, actually. Do I care about the 0.03% water pollution? Not at this second, because I don't have the build parts to build it. That's probably the logical answer. Although I like the idea. Let's keep that in mind here. Make it look weird. So I don't accidentally build it and think it's that with the recipe set and stuff, because they're completely different boxes of frogs over here. But they both run on filter media, see? Doesn't matter at all. These output like 2, so they don't need to be balanced. I was just trying to think. It's just gonna look nicest, you know? Are the farms upgraded? I was gonna build this right now. We have the extra power, make extra fuel. This is processing everything we're making, actually. These belts are full. I probably should have built the last one in line. We would have got like 10 more for free. And I will, if we build all this. Whoops. That water's good. Recycling water's not backing up as planned. Backup boiler. Oh, I see. They have 2 different recipes. You can make them stronger or weaker. boiler. You better be filling your pipe, sir. Fuck. Okay, it's perfectly balanced. And we were running it dry. Which means these pipes should fill up. Unless it runs funny because of the small buffer size. You're outputting 192. You're outputting 24. These consume 48 each. So 4 of these is 192. So where's it all going? There's 24 extra steam going into this pipe. There's 24 extra steam here. Impatience. The buildings could have filled up too, actually. The buildings all have a 48 buffer, now that I think about it. So they all have a buffer to run the recipe once. So I just have that into a priority. And this should be perfectly balanced to this. But what it was doing was filling all the blank spaces. Lyrian. Yeah, that was Tumbling Satellite, yeah. They're me almost losing the whole stream. Shit, we're losing right now because I'm covering up my maintenance. Hello, Brian. Output full. Output full. Now, I processed a bajillion liters. I think we'll be fine for a minute. Yeah. Actually lost. I almost lost yesterday. And actually, I left my safety unpaused from last time. We almost lost today. So I don't even have a safety latch for this one. Luckily, my dudes are parked right here. Yoink. I'm not going to start going down right now because we just need some metal here. Good stuff. You're not quite that far. It's like, did I unpause? Yes. Come save the world. Yeah. Red maintenance death. Sometimes, man, it just happens. People make fun of me for having like 10 autosaves in all my games. It's handy. Society's collapsing right now. I just have the UI off so it doesn't stress me out. I watch rocks fall down hills. It actually is, though. It's not bad, though. Not a bad societal collapse. I do need... So... I don't want to burn all the extra power. The water's backed up here. But I want the brine. Now, we have salt production over here. I'm going to delete this one, though, and put a second paper production here. I'm going to move that completely. It's just here because of the steam, actually. Move the paper production completely, but I have extra brine here, dumping into the ocean. Pretty heavily, too. What is it running? Chlorine. So my solutions are to bring this brine pipe over there and stop dumping it into the ocean, which would save me power overall, but be uglier and kind of a pain in the butt. Or just kind of vent this water off the same way and dump the water into the ocean so that one can produce its own brine, which isn't nearly as efficient. But how much brine do I actually have here to do this with, you know? Let's find out. Why are there two on top of each other? Who designed this? Which one am I clicked on? Okay, good. Bit better. Got where we were. Okay. I love that the game will check the pathfinding for you, although started to fill it out a bit, apparently. Where am I trying to go? Right there. I don't even need to go through here. See, this isn't filled in yet, and it makes me nervous. And I still have 3 pipes I'm not even using. The brine isn't what goes in them, I don't think. See, I'm worried about that, if it's going to get destroyed when I fill it in. So I haven't actually put any of the big supports on that ledge. They're all far enough up, which is why all of the pipes ended up janked here. These 3 weren't like that. They're creating a wall there. Not letting anything through. Transport to selected position block. Come on, man. I've been praising you for hours. Just keep doing what you've been doing. My turn is locked again. That's happened before. Oh my god, turn was locked? You've been trying to do it all with straight lines? I'm so sorry. I don't even know how to do that, actually, to lock it. I tried the other day. It seems to happen sometimes. pretty sure we're going to the same place this pipe is. Right there. Into that. Where am I? Brine. Priority in doesn't matter. This one dumps in the ocean when it gets too full, which it should. And I was dumping it in the ocean over there. I've just moved where I'm dumping in the ocean to over here. I think. Now it has 3 priority outs. See, it shouldn't be a priority, but it's a priority over this. That's why I prioritied it. Because otherwise it would split 50-50 with the dumping. I only know what 2 of these do. One makes chlorine. Input. That one makes chlorine. This is the one we just built. This one makes salt. I'm shutting that down. Not enough maintenance 1. Vehicle is broken as it lacks maintenance. Not great. Not terrible. They don't actually, I don't want them to empty that one. I want them to fill this one. That's what I want. Everybody, come here for a second. Iron mine, no place to dump. So it could be broken. I'm pretty sure I still have places to dump a sign. There. I know I have dirt. Tons of dirt spots. Same with slag. Surprised they didn't assign more actually, with it set to Prio 1. Broken down. Get out of here, buddy. Figure it out. Yeah, this has to be a bit more consistent, eh? We also can't have all of our trucks just running an iron import. Why'd you have to say death spiral? He started this. Terra 2 has nothing to be mined. Should we make them be helpful and fix the iron thing? No. You know what? Let's give them a choice. Help if you want. Oh, but then he can't reach that. There. Now he still has a choice. This is full. They actually don't need more help there. I just need it over here. This is still two small ones. If I replace this, it might even be better. Although nobody's coming here apparently. Vehicle is broken. Man, you really go through that, eh? Like, that ain't lasting long. The train's not bringing anything anymore. So, we're done. One little piece left. Here too. This is like all rocks. And then they gotta eat their own ramp. They can get out and around over here, but it'll be super slow. Can they still? I kind of broke it. And then we fill that in. I can fill this one in too, actually. Was kind of sad, but apparently they can't get over that little bump. Just thinking the same thing right here. I don't know if we need two bridges up. So there's one right there. There's one here. We can already cross there. I don't need that yet. This isn't finished, actually. That would have been bad. There were some rocks there too. I've done that before and then undone it. Not enough maintenance. So without this one full, actually, they can't run much of it. This is one of the machines that chose to break. So it's all bypassing it, which is kind of a bad design. Storage being here, it's a bad design. If that wasn't here, it would back up here. Now it needs to go in both. Cryo 1, low supply of brine. Everyone come do this. A lot of trucks on the way. 37 machines broken. That's rough. We should probably make sure it's due to metal, eh? Yeah, they have the electronics stacked up. Waiting on 24 metals. That's these 6 machines here. We could actually expand that too, but I can't get enough metal to them to actually run them. I upgraded these 4. I could get 4 more of these. maintenance right here. That'd add 33% reduction almost, wouldn't it? No. You go to default. So it's like we have 4 plus 4 plus 4. It's like we have 12 now. We go to 16. It's 33%. But I need to build 4 more of these. It's fixed now. Or it will be in a second. Here. You would break. It was almost fixed, dude. You needed to keep running. That'll do it. Just burn all of the karma for a second. Now this will be worth it. We need to actually get that going. Shouldn't need to kickstart it like that, but I do keep running out of iron, which is what's doing it. Because I keep trying to mine this, and then it's full. This is almost done, though. Don't think that'll collapse anything. Machine is broken. Listen, buddy. You got this. Calm down. Here. A good supply. Not enough maintenance. Surprised this didn't pick up a green bar yet. This is kind of discouraging. Is that the best you can do? Truck. Other. Ouch. Not so bad. The yearly point. No, once you get behind in production, it makes you kind of catch up. And it can be pretty harsh. That's a lot of metal being churned out. For not a lot of maintenance. Low food supply. Listen, buddy. Low food supply. 13 months. It's actually not like an entire year. It's a whole grow season, and we're growing 4 times a year indoors. I need you to say you're going to recover, Mr. Maintenance. Boosting might have been a bad idea. I think I drained them all. Now, it's still going into parts production as well. We could turn down. Same with science. Actually, not going into science that much, is it? Oh, there it is. I have a bunch of these. 98%. Rocket assembly and launch. We're almost done. That's a building I want to see. 99%. I'm gonna get a glass of water. I'll be 1 sec. All right. How is rocket assembly? Where do you think it is? Rocket Assembly Depot. Constructs space rockets and delivers them to the nearest rocket launch pad using a specialized transporter. The transporter is a large vehicle and cannot drive over uneven ground. So make sure that the rocket launch pad... Aw, man. Does that mean I'm going to have to build the transporter up here? I want to use it up here. I'm going to have it isolated up here. I wonder how big we're going to need this to fit a rocket assembler up here. Let them fill it to this height. We can start digging dirt, and that fills up really quickly. Is planning mode on? $300 composite panels, steel, and okay, I'm already making everything but this. Surely this will be easy. Aluminum, steel, and plastic. Okay, I'm making everything but this. Molten aluminum. It's just alumina and graphite. What is this? Is there a way to tell what this is? Titanium. No? The alumina. Hydrated alumina. Okay, come on, man. Get to the tax here. Bauxite powder. Okay, so we need bauxite. I should just say that. Fun. Okay, there's one there. Guessing the other end of the map. Oh, something just broke. Oh, I left my Unity on. I did not mean to drain all of our Unity. Oh, there's one right here. I have a train right to here. That's convenient. And then there's one there on that island that we're also not to yet. I think I probably cut those trees out, but I already started the wall there. I was gonna say in a straight line. This is more important right now. So we have to start making alumina next. I'm gonna redo the iron before we do that, I think, because this is not... That's not sustainable, whatever's going on over here. Probably should have left those boosted for a second. I could fit two more in here, but I'm just starting to jank things. This is running something over here. This can be anywhere. So yeah, I can move that to there. And I can move these over to here and put this pipe there. Get two of these there, which will let me upgrade both of these the same way this is. Which will give us a tiny bit more. It doesn't solve this problem. I'm fooling around. And blocks this. But I don't have them told to go to there. Or we just redo the whole thing up here. This got cleared out nicely, actually. We probably just wait a second until society heals again. Every time I do a big building project, society collapses because I can't afford to make the build parts and run society at the same time. It's a poor design, really. We are getting all of this. Whoa, whoa, whoa. No. Dig from this side. It's going okay. Oh, red power. Diesel gen's on. Why did I say this is going okay? Oh, you know what? Thing is broken because maintenance. And it is the nuclear plant. Wow. 11 machines broken and one of them is the power. And what I think is more incredible is I noticed. I never noticed that kind of stuff quickly. The little red bar that appears here gets me. Not enough maintenance too. Oh shoot, I've been fixing the wrong problem. Where was that again? I forgot where we built that. Oh, because we bring these here with the truck, and there's none to put in a truck. Yeah, that would collapse, like, instantly. Let's fix it. No? What about here? Oh, you don't want to go straight over buildings. Okay. This way. Lifty. Flat. This one's going to be yellow, but they look the same. That's what it needs, right? Electronics too. And then these things, right at the factory. I built it up here initially because it was the only place. But there were electronics too. But they're on the train now, and they come down here. He's just chilling. Right, got tons. We store them down here now, so those are the parts he needed. I don't have them, though. Shit. Oh, I can't rush it. And I actually don't have a maintenance tube building, which is why my nuclear plant's broken. Yikes. That was close. Low power. Okay, but like you should probably get power before other things because you run the power, right? That makes sense to you. No, we actually don't consume much maintenance, or we didn't. We didn't. I didn't think about that. I just built a nuclear plant. Look, 2,500 of these. We only need 100 of these. What do you produce? 480. Yeah, we're fine. Crisis averted. Most we've ever produced. It was turning on and off due to lack of demand over time, is what it's been doing. First time it gets to stretch its legs. But now it's pulling from the same belt as the other maintenance. I couldn't. Couldn't produce. Not enough maintenance too. Power red. Seems to really target the nuclear plant. The other maintenance too is mostly solar panels. Ouch. That's the most red I've ever seen there. Why? What all did I build since? I built the 8 enrichment plants. They're 4 megawatts each. And then the new glass factory. It's a bunch of arc furnaces. Yeah. I shut down the old non-power consuming glass factory. My boilers are on, but that's to be expected when everything else is broken down. That's half our power right there, though. Friggin' like 8 buildings. 2 boilers. These. These. Not enough maintenance too. See, if I moved the metal and we just chugged in the bars. Delete all this. Have this just spread out, spread its legs a bit. But it's hard to do that. It's hard to just expand one, because if you shut one off, everything instantly collapses in this game. It's not like, here's your grace period. To get that power plant going again, like reliably. -5. That goes up a lot quicker than the white one. Look at the freaking mechanical parts, just none. I wouldn't mind turning my safety back on either, but I don't think we're quite there yet. So, I think this is garbage now, though. That is the original glass factory. It has been remodeled. These are all the foods I'm still not making. Chips and tofu. I was originally going to put the food factory here. It ended up here somehow. Low food supply. This guy, man. He won't leave me alone. Veggies and apples still. The potatoes are full. The wheat and corn isn't. Wasn't growing much wheat before. I can still add a 4th crop to everything, so I'm not really concerned. Potatoes are full. Corn and wheat. Soybeans? Corn and wheat. Don't need canola. All the useless ones in one. I'm probably going to need more farms soon. You can use less fertilizer by letting them lie fallow. Like I used to have 2 growing seasons and 2 fallow. We're kind of past that. We're into 3 growing seasons and 1 with the green herbs or whatever, which uses water. Lying fallow doesn't use water. I've been watching their water. They have 2 separate water sources. One comes from here and one comes from there. Not there. It's like a well or something here. Oh no, one comes from down here, the world pipe. That's right. One of them gets their water from right here. Not the close ones either, for some reason. They get their water from that patch over there. But it goes into these, right? And then it keeps going. Going. Maintenance 2 recovered. Sweet. This isn't filling up very fast either. This is filling up kind of fast. But you get to reuse this fairly soon, I think. Depleted uranium? Consumption. Chem plant 2. Plutonium. Man, I was gonna put the new iron plant here, but now it's telling me to mine alumina here. I'm not sure. Down here, actually. Society's fixed. The food seems to trigger it 12 months left. I'm pretty sure I have more than that. I can't see them eating 12 months, eh? I guess these 2 aren't food. That's food, and that's food, and that's food. That's how they get it. I should have belted it a long time ago, but I'm gonna train it there? I don't know why I haven't done it yet. The rail's like 99% of the way done. Come there, I think. Running at tier 2. I wish it showed the building that was making the steam, actually. I wonder if there's steam. Production. One of the only ones. It's like, I want to see the steam. I want to see who's producing the steam. I know this is running fully, though. Unless this is still kicking on. It shouldn't be. Water recycling. I don't think there's anything coming out of that. And then 32% solar. We did get a bunch of researches done while I was doing that. Medical supplies to space stations. Conducts more advanced research but requires a continuous supply of lab equipment to operate. Additional labs increase research speed. Recycling technology is research. The lab can return products. Imagine the space station like, oh, get my 5-cent deposit back on my $1 million pop can. And then microchip production. So actually that's a super fun step. You end up with and I'm making all this stuff. I'm making most of the precursors to this, all of them, except gold bars. That's just acid too. But the microchips are like 30 steps, so that's our next research. Hip armor would let us get the next mine. Crude station, nuclear reactor 2. That's where you get the reprocessing. Why is it locked? I have both the... Oh, I don't have space station. And then data center. These eat power. To make processing power, it's a new bar you get at the top right here. And then you end up with processing power, which you have to use to run something else. And you have to liquid cool them. And then the internet. And then we're on to lab 4. Do you think they actually swapped the rods? Should trigger in 20 seconds. Waste will come out in the top right. Cool. There's so many little animations like that in factory games nobody ever notices. It's zoomed in, you know? I like the smoke and the fire. Good to see that's full again, because I did build this new thing for it. And he's running the water down here, along with the rest of the factory. But this isn't going hard. The recycled brine worked, so this isn't empty now. I bet you we're dumping no brine into the water. Yeah, just that one little rubber factory. You outdid him somehow. I'm not sure, and I am still trucking steel down here. Just until we get the train set up. With the new steel factory, I figured that's going to be up here, where we cleared out. Just redo it completely, because even the train station here is jank. Even the train station here is jank. It works because the trains are cooperative. It only counts food in the food market, not in storage. Not all food market twos, though. So I just need more of them. Or belt it in so they're always full. I guess if I added protein to their diet, or treats. Well, I mean, potato, fruit. I only have 5 things. This is for the next thing. I just don't have anything else. Oh yeah, but that doesn't actually... It might stop the notification. It's not actually solving the problem. I'm seeing... Okay, no, there are only 5 foods. The veggies were full. We'd be fine. I'll just upgrade one with veggies. Thinking about swapping that potato to wheat as well. For the sushi farms. Could just double up on one we have too much of, though, and it would stop the notification. I guess you can just switch it after, eh? No, because I have the plastic here. I'm making the new food soon. I got the cooking oil, the plastic, flour. That's cake. That's not what I was going for. Potato, salt. And we just started a new salt factory. It's tiny. Literally double the production of the old one. Don't use 2 veggies in a row? I haven't been paying attention to any of that. I've just been swapping them arbitrarily. I have 3 in a row in every single one. They've been like that for 500 years. Otherwise, I'd need more farms. I have enough fertilizer. I was just thinking about putting 4. Is it not just about growing 2 things in a row? It's about growing the same thing twice in a row? Because they don't... There's no tooltip that says that I've seen. Estimated average monthly production for all crops in the schedule. The estimate accounts for crop time and soil fertility equilibrium, or the target set below, but does not factor in loss from water or fertility shortages. However, extra time incurred from empty slots with no yield is included. Soil fertility directly affects crop yield. At 60% fertility, yield is only 60%. Most crops deplete fertility as they grow. Fertility naturally replenishes when below 100%. Growing the same crop consecutively increases fertility loss and should be avoided. Oh, that's a pain in the ass. All right. So, corn to potato. Potato to corn. So it's like playing memory, but backwards. You have to remember where the things are and swap them. Corn. Shit. Already has vegetable. Oh, but they won't be in a row. Vegetable. No, I haven't paid attention to any of it. I'll save some fertilizer if we can. This satisfying? Fixing it all? No, I had no idea. I've never read a tooltip to the bottom. Are you kidding? That's like the last line in the freaking terms and condition. Sign my soul away before I get that far. Okay, nothing 2 in a row anymore. Sweet. That was a lot easier than I thought. Thank you, Sushi Belts. You know how much of a pain that would have been? If I had all the ingredients filtered on their own belts? Instead of just being able to put it all... whatever. Like, it doesn't matter what grows where. Just put it on the belt. It'll be fine. We might actually have organic fertilizer now. Well, no, because organic fertilizer relies on us having too much crops. Actually had enough fertilizer. I had to deal with how to get rid of the extra nitrogen yesterday. So I actually have this on to make nitrogen, and I have these here. Oh, they make it. Yeah, I have these here eating nitrogen. I actually have too much nitrogen. But they only do it on an overflow valve, so it's not bad. We had a bit too much sulfur too. Right? I miss buffets. There we go. That's what we need. What it is. That's the buffet line. Wheat. Oh, it's gross. Sugar cane. Excavator struggling. I physically moved them myself, I think, before I told them to go in there. Oh. No, that is messed up. Here you go. Just give him a nice big assignment. Pure coal, we're actually gonna need shit. Is this coal? We're gonna have so many trains in a sec. This is coal too. That's why I've been trying to get over here. This is like the world's coal patch. That'll tide us over to get over there, and we'll be able to dump that slag. There's still a lot here, actually. Not as much as I'd like. There's none on this side of the map. And everything's working so well. Sometimes. No, actually, though, the nuclear plant came on. Not everybody died. Low supply of coal, but we just fixed that problem. This could all be shut off. Now it's running lightly to keep the flywheels going. And they're dumping all the rocks right here. You can see it up here. So we can easily double this, and we already have the stuff placed to double the production. And then we have quadruple power. So why? See? Why'd you stop? You could have he could have made it. He definitely could have made it. I have a lot of trains going already, actually. And they're currently scraping out this ramp, which they can't do. And when they're done that, we fill this in too. Get rid of this. Move on to the new iron patch, and there's another one over here. Both via train. I'll probably need some more of these. But then we'll relocate the actual iron processing right here, I think. Definitely. I think, though, that was my plan for today, was to actually get the nuclear plant running. The microchip is like a whole day in itself. It's one of the coolest processes in the game. One of my most favorite. And it's our next research. So you make silicon poly to make the wafer. Stage 1A, 1B. There's like 30 stages, but the machine can do all the recipes, so you can cycle it through itself. It's super cool. We just got robotics, whatever that is. Oh, faster assemblers. Man. That fixes one of my problems. Making the gears? Every assembler level's double the one before it. Now those robotic assemblers use the processing power I was talking about. Make sure I actually saved. I was gonna say, I think I might call it early for once. Call it there for today. and I have stuff to do today, so I'm not actually streaming tonight. Be back Wednesday. 3-day weekend for once, Mr. Brightshort. A rare short 6-hour stream. Well, I got nuclear up and only crashed society twice in the process. Only twice. Just twice. Let's see what is going on here today. Captain of Industry. We raid yesterday. Ah, Mr. Satellite. That's right. Getting bigger trucks. Timorian. There we go. English? Perfect. Well, guys, that's going to be it for me for the weekend, actually. But for today, we'll be back on, what? Wednesday. Workers and Resources again. Captain Industry Friday again, the weekend. Not sure what playing Thursday or Friday, actually. I still have that Timberborn playthrough I want to spend one more day on, too. So I might throw that in next week. We just finished that big water thing, and then all the patches drop, man. There's more patches. Songs of Six is on a whole new version I haven't even played yet. But yeah, I ain't rated it to Jamorian. Pretty sure we rated him a few days ago. And see you guys this week. Cheers. Oh, it disappeared? Raid in progress. Alright, peace.
Is oof.